The Drydock Protocol, Echoes of the Ghost Carrier. Chapter 1. The Leviathan in Drydock. The Ghost Carrier had no right to be that large. That was the first thought Kyle had when the salvage tug's observation window finally framed the whole silhouette. And even then, it didn't. The carrier's stern disappeared into the dark beyond the viewport's edge, a cliff face of dead tritanium stretching away into nothing. And no matter how far back he pressed his forehead against the scratched polycarb, the bow refused to appear. He had salvaged bulk freighters, gutted decommissioned frigates, once crawled the skeleton of a colony barge so old its registration codes had been manually stamped into the hull plate with a pneumatic die. None of it prepared him for this. A military supercarrier didn't just occupy space, it displaced it. It sat inside High-Density Drydock 9. The way a fist sits inside a closed hand, everything around it compressed, the gantry lights reduced to pale smears against its flank, the entire station's geometry reorganized around its presence like the dock itself had decided to defer. The forward observation deck, where a handful of dock workers had gathered to watch the clamping sequence, was silent in a way that had nothing to do with station protocol. People went quiet because there was nothing useful to say in the presence of something that scale. He stood there for a long moment, coffee cooling in his hand, watching the salvage tugs make their final positioning corrections. The tugs themselves were almost comically small against the carrier's flank. 3 of them working the stern alone, their running lights blinking slow and methodical, the carrier responding to their combined thrust with all the urgency of a continent being asked to move. Cale had ridden one of those tugs on the final approach leg, sitting in the observation harness for 6 hours, while the pilot coaxed the dead Leviathan through the outer lock, and he had spent most of those 6 hours trying to find damage on the carrier's hull. A battle scar, a repair weld, the pitted cratering of micrometeorite strikes accumulated over decades of deep space operation, which was as inevitable on a vessel of this age as rust on surface metal. There was nothing. The carrier's exterior was pristine, not clean in the way something maintained is clean, but preserved in the way something sealed away is preserved, untouched by the ordinary erosion of the universe as though the vacuum itself had declined to mark it. That bothered him more than he'd said out loud to anyone. When the primary clamp ring finally engaged, the sound wasn't a sound so much as a pressure event. The air in the tug's cabin changed. The lights flickered. From 3 decks below came the flat, hollow boom of something large absorbing an enormous force across its entire structure, and then the resonant groan, long, descending, rolling through the tug's hull and up through the deck plating and into his boots and into his knees, of the Drydock's magnetic architecture, accepting 4.2 million tons of mass into its grip. Kyle had felt that particular kind of groan before, from dock structures stressed to their design margins and occasionally past them. He had felt it, and he had pulled his crew, and he had been right to pull his crew twice. He made a note of the feeling and filed it somewhere he could find it quickly. Now standing in the staging bay with his breaching rig spread across the equipment bench and the carrier filling the entire forward observation panel like a wall, the groan was still there. Subsonic, persistent, the kind of vibration that didn't register as sound so much as a change in the quality of silence, the station's bones conducting something the ears couldn't quite resolve into a discrete source. At irregular intervals, the gantry framework issued a low, mournful creak that had no business coming from military-grade structural steel. Kyle had worked in enough compromised environments to know the difference between a structure settling into a new load condition and a structure complaining about one. He hadn't decided yet which category this fell into. He was leaning toward the second. He went back to checking his rig. The breaching suit was 3rd-generation corporate issue, battered well past the point where the faded company logo on the shoulder plate was still readable. He had patched the left knee seal twice with pressure tape. The right gauntlet servo whined on every flex like something small and desperate was caught inside the housing, and the HUD's left margin threw a persistent amber flag for a sensor calibration overdue by 11 months that he had been ignoring for 11 months. Battery read 83%. He had topped it off an hour ago. Suits like this bled charge sitting still. The passive thermal regulation alone pulled a steady draw even with everything else cold. By the time they reached the airlock, he would be at 78, maybe 75 if the carrier's ambient cold bit as deep as the preliminary scans suggested. He ran the calculation once, didn't like where it landed, and stopped running it. "Battery discipline today," he said, loud enough for the bay. "Lights go dark when we're not actively sweeping. Comms drop to burst only between checkpoints. You leave a cutter running because you're slagged and forgot about it. That's your problem, not mine." Marin, wrestling the plasma rig's mounting harness across her shoulders 2 benches down, didn't look up. "You say that every breach. And every breach someone leaves a cutter running hot for 20 minutes while they're doing something else with both hands." Ilara. Preliminary atmospheric on the outer lock. Ilara was already suited, sitting at the far end of the bench with her diagnostics array cycling through its 3rd consecutive self-check. The row of nodes along her left forearm ran green, then amber on the 3rd position, then green again. She had not looked up from the HUD display in the past 20 minutes. Outer hull interface is holding vacuum seal at the clamp ring junction. No pressure differential detected. Hull surface temperature is reading negative 112 degrees Celsius at all external sensor points. A brief pause. Consistent to within 0.3 degrees across the entire surface. "That's a large hull for that kind of consistency," Kale said. "It shouldn't be possible at this scale," she said. "With the dry dock's radiated heat on the port side and the clamp friction generating localized warming on the keel mounts, I would expect a variance of at least 8 to 12 degrees across the hull surface. The readings are identical from bow to stern, every sensor point returning the same number." She finally looked up from the display, and her expression had the careful quality of someone presenting a finding they had checked multiple times before reporting it. Either 17 external sensor arrays are simultaneously malfunctioning in precisely the same way, or the hull temperature regulation is active. "Active means powered," Kale said. "Active means powered," she agreed and went back to her HUD. Kale pulled the primary breaching tool off the rack, short-handled plasma cutter, ceramic shielded head, 6 kilograms that felt like a morning handshake, and clipped it to the right hip mount. He was still running a final check on the guide frame attachment when the bay hatch opened and Foreman Dresch walked in, badge on his jacket, helmet under his arm, entirely unsuited, which answered without discussion the question of whether Dresch intended to come aboard. He moved to the manifest terminal at the far end of the bay with the energy of a man who had already decided how the next 10 minutes would go. The display lit up with the corporate summary. Asset class, estimated recovery value, payout structure. The number at the top had enough digits that Kale's eye skipped the first pass and had to come back. "I'll keep it simple because the numbers do the talking," Dresch said. He turned the display to face the bay. 2 hyper-reactors, intact, per the original military registry. Current reclamation value on functioning thorium cores of this class runs well into the hundreds of millions at open market rates. Corporate has a confirmed buyer lined up. The cores alone, assuming intact, cover every indenture contract in this bay. All of them, 0 balance. He let that settle. That's before the secondary recovery. Navigation cores, weapons arrays, hull plate, crew equipment, anything not bolted down, and some things that are. Full recovery on this vessel is a generational number. The bay stayed quiet in the way bays get quiet when a number is too large to argue with. Vaughn, who ran the structural cutter and had the build of someone who had been doing heavy manual work since before he was old enough to sign a contract, exhaled slowly through his nose. The 2 breaching technicians, Harrow and Sess, exchanged a look across their equipment bench. Marin had stopped adjusting her harness entirely. Kyle kept his face neutral. He had learned a long time ago not to let a number change the weight of what he was holding. "Standard bio-quarantine protocol has been officially waived on my authorization," Dresch continued. "We have a competing salvage claim on file, filed 6 hours after ours, so the legal position is solid, but the window is narrow. Corporate won't hold the claim through 4 days of decontamination processing. We do this clean and fast." He clicked off the display. Breach team enters through the outer airlock, secures the primary thoroughfare, advances to the reactor access corridor. I want boots on the core shielding within 3 hours. Questions. He said it the way people say things they don't intend to be questioned. The quarantine flag on the original manifest, Ilara said. She was still looking at her forearm display. Legacy military flag, 30 years old. Dresh's patience had a measured quality, rationed out in careful increments. Whatever condition generated it has long since resolved. We are not the first crew to pull a dead military vessel. Flags like this are administrative artifacts from a classification system that does not apply to civilian salvage operations. The flag is a biological containment designation, Ilara said, not an administrative category. Those classifications have specific criteria for expiration, and passive environmental exposure to vacuum and cold doesn't automatically satisfy them. She did not look up when she said it. The criteria require confirmed elimination or confirmed dormancy with independent verification. We have 30 years of independent verification, Dresh said. It's called the Outer Rim. Ilara. Kale said her name the way he said it when he needed her to hear what he wasn't saying out loud, which was, "You've made the point. It's on the record, and Dresh isn't going to move." She understood this register. They had been through enough together that the register was fluent between them. She looked up. Something moved through her expression that wasn't quite resignation. She put it away. Corporate doesn't pay out for ghost stories or quarantine delays, Dresh said, addressing the bay rather than her specifically. They pay for thorium cores, fire up the breaching lasers. Kale looked at the carrier through the observation panel, the vast unmarked flank of it pressing against the glass, the gantry lights catching the perfect surface of the tritanium and throwing back clean, undimmed reflection, pristine and sealed and silent. He thought about the hull temperature reading, identical at every sensor point from bow to stern, a uniform negative 112 degrees across 4.2 million tons of metal. He thought about what kind of system would need to be running to produce a reading like that, and what kind of power source would sustain it, and whether that system had been running for 30 years or whether it had recently come back online. He thought about it for exactly as long as it took him to look away from the glass. "Move out," he said. The access bridge was a ribbed tunnel of corrugated alloy, 12 meters from the dock interface to the carrier's outer hull, a temporary structure that shuddered faintly with the subsonic groan still rolling through the dock's framework. Walking its length felt like walking inside something's throat. At the far end, the carrier's hull plating filled the opening completely, close enough that Kale could read individual weld seams in the tritanium, each one laid with a geometric precision that made the dock's own construction look improvised. Military fabrication, government contract work, the kind of build quality that assumed the vessel would outlast the civilization that commissioned it. The external airlock panel was dead, standard military triple seal configuration, outer pressure door, decontamination vestibule, inner bulkhead. The outer door's control panel showed nothing. No power bleed, no emergency indicator sequence, no residual display activity. Just a dark face of stamped alloy with a recessed emergency handle that hadn't been touched in 3 decades. Vaughn set up the plasma cutter's guide frame without being asked. Kale helped anchor the lower brace against the tunnel floor and said nothing while the head cycled up to cutting temperature. The smell of superheated tritanium came sharp and slightly sweet, acrid in the back of the throat, and he breathed through it and watched the cut track the door's perimeter seal in a clean orange line that cooled to dull red almost immediately in the ambient cold. 14 minutes on the outer seal. He spent some of it running a manual check on the pressure tape at his knee. He spent some of it watching his battery reading tick down 1%. He spent some of it looking at the carrier's hull surface where the cutter's light caught it at an oblique angle, the clean tritanium reflecting back without blemish, and thinking about 30 years of deep space and why nothing in 30 years had left a mark. The outer door separated from its frame in a controlled drop, 600 kilograms of military-grade door easing to the tunnel floor on the guide frame's magnetic catches. The decontamination vestibule opened in front of them. Kale swept his helmet lamp inside. The vestibule was intact, decon spray nozzles in their recessed housings, floor grating, the inner bulkhead at the far end. Every surface was stained a deep, even amber-yellow uniform from wall to ceiling without variation or source. Not dirty, not fouled with the grime of neglect. More like something had been applied and left to cure, the coverage too complete and too consistent to be accidental accumulation. The smell hit him before he crossed the threshold. Vestibule atmosphere displacing into the tunnel as pressure equalized. Not stale, not the flat dead breath of a long sealed space, but sharp. Ozone, heavy and electric, the smell of air being actively worked by a strong current, the smell of circuitry under sustained load. Under it, something metallic and organic in the same breath. Degraded copper, something biological beneath that, something his processing filed without giving it a name. He stepped inside. Behind him, Ilara paused at the threshold and ran a fresh scan without being asked, the diagnostic tool cycling, the readout chiming. Then her voice, steady and careful and measured to the milligram. Kale, before we proceed to the inner seal. A pause with calculation behind it. The carrier's external sensor arrays, all 17. They're drawing active primary power. Not residual bleed, not capacitor discharge. Active primary, with output signatures consistent with deliberate sustained operation. On a ship with no life support, Kale said. No life support, no comms, no lighting, no climate regulation. Her eyes came up to meet his over the rim of her HUD display. And the mounting brackets on each array have been physically repositioned, all 17. Manually rotated 180 degrees from their standard outward-facing orientation. She held the display steady so he could see the survey imagery from the dock's external camera run. 17 array housings along the carrier's hull, each one turned, each one aimed inward. They are not pointed at space. They are pointed at the ship's own hull. The ozone pressed close in the vestibule. The subsonic groan moved through the deck plating under Kale's boots. Somewhere behind the inner bulkhead at the end of the amber-stained chamber, the carrier's darkness waited, deep and still and perfectly, deliberately silent. Dresh, Kale said into his comm. Kale said into... The foreman's voice came back from the access tunnel, from the side of the threshold he had not crossed. I see the data. A sensor array on a dead ship drawing a ghost current. Could be 30-year-old firmware cycling a maintenance routine on a backup cell the manifest didn't log. It doesn't change the reactor. Kale looked at the inner bulkhead door. He looked at the dark panel beside it. He looked at the amber staining on the walls, total and even, covering every surface without preference or gap. Right, he said. He unclipped the plasma cutter from his hip mount and started setting up the guide frame for the second door. Chapter 2, The Airlock Anomaly. The inner bulkhead door opened like a held breath releasing, and the smell came through first. Not the sharp electric bite of ozone from the vestibule. That was still there, layered underneath, a constant pressure at the back of the throat. This was something older. Something that had been sitting in a sealed space for 3 decades, compressing, concentrating, folding in on itself until it achieved a density that registered as physical before it registered as olfactory. Degraded copper, heavy and organic. The smell of old metal working against biological residue in a closed system with no circulation and no outlet. It hit Kale at the threshold and he stopped breathing through his nose without deciding to. Atmosphere reading, he said. Ilara had the portable sensor array running before he finished the sentence. The display on her forearm lit with a column of figures she read without pausing. Oxygen at 17.4%. Carbon dioxide at 0.9%. Elevated above baseline for a sealed, uninhabited environment. Consistent with long-term organic decomposition in a closed system. She scrolled through the output. No active biological signatures. Trace particulate breakdown still processing. She moved to the temperature reading. Interior corridor temperature is negative 91 degrees Celsius. Against a projected thermal decay model for a vessel with no active heating over 30 years, expected interior temperature is negative 107. That is a 16-degree positive variance. Insulation, Vaughn said. Hull insulation on a vessel this age accounts for a retention variance of approximately 3 degrees over this time frame. Margin of error on that figure is plus or minus 1. She looked up from the display. 16 degrees is not insulation. No one answered that. Kyle stepped through. The corridor beyond the inner bulkhead was wide enough to drive a loader through. Military vessels were built to move heavy equipment rapidly between compartments, and the passageway connecting the airlock to the carrier's staging decks was engineered to that specification. Ceiling height approximately 4 meters, walls of bare tritanium plating bolted in overlapping sections to the structural ribs of the ship's skeleton, floor grating, heavy gauge, the kind designed to drain fluid and still support several tons of rolling machinery without deflection. In the far reach of Kyle's helmet lamp, the corridor stretched into a darkness that absorbed the light before it could find a wall to return from. He played the lamp left, then right, doing the first sweep the way he always did first sweeps, slow, systematic, low to high. The walls came back structurally clean, tritanium panels intact, no deformation, no buckling, no sign of explosive decompression or catastrophic kinetic impact. Whatever had happened on this ship, it had not broken the bones. He noted this without comfort, because intact bones meant that whatever had ended the crew had not required the kind of force that leaves structural evidence in the walls. He brought the lamp to the inner face of the airlock door, the face looking out into the corridor, the side pressed against the ship's interior for 30 years, and the lamp stopped moving because his hand stopped moving. "Core deep," he said, very quietly. They were everywhere. The inner face of the bulkhead door was covered from the bottom edge to as high as a person could reach standing on their toes, dense and frantic and overlapping, thousands of grooves cut into the tritanium in every direction. They crossed and recrossed each other in layers so thick that the underlying metal was barely visible beneath the carved geography of them. The marks varied in width from narrow as a single finger to broad as a flat palm, in depth from shallow surface scoring to channels that had punched through the surface alloy entirely and bitten into the load-bearing substrate beneath, pale silver wounds in the amber-stained metal. Some were clean-edged, made by a hard tool applied with pressure and focus. Some were ragged, torn at the margins, made with force and speed and no thought for precision. All of them running in every direction, horizontal and vertical and diagonal and back again, the accumulated physical record of many hands working the same surface over what must have been a very long time. Cale moved his lamp to the left wall. The marks continued there, climbing the full height of the panel. He swept right. They continued on the right wall too, running all the way to the ceiling junction. He angled the beam upward. The ceiling was covered as well. "Saints," Harrow said, from somewhere behind him. He had come through the threshold and stopped moving. Cale walked the lamp slowly across the ceiling, tracking the coverage. The marks up here were slightly less dense than the door face. The layering was thinner, some sections showing only 2 or 3 passes, rather than the deep sedimentary buildup on the door. But the distribution was total, edge to edge. Not a surface in the chamber had been left unmarked. He brought the lamp back to the door face and held it there, looking at the topography of scored metal, the way the deepest channels caught the light in their pale interiors and threw back a brightness that the amber-stained surface around them didn't. He had been on ships that had burned. He had been on ships that had torn open at the hull and flooded their compartments with hard vacuum in under 4 seconds, and he had seen what the surviving spaces looked like afterward, the evidence of decompression events written into every loose object and unstrapped surface. He had been on a station annex where a coolant system failure had killed an entire maintenance shift, and he had read that room the way you read any room where something has gone very wrong, looking for the story the physical evidence was telling. He was reading this room. He knew how to read rooms. "Elara," he said. "Full analysis. I want tool identification, force distribution, concentration mapping. Everything the scanner can generate." She was already running the extended scan, moving the diagnostic tool across the door face in methodical horizontal passes, reading the output as she went. Cale watched her work and did his own reading while she did hers, moving the lamp across the marks and using the geometry of what he could see to fill in what the scanner would confirm. The deepest marks were at the center of the door, not at the edges, not at the hinge points, not at the locking mechanism housing. At the center. The concentration of effort was in the middle of the door's face, where pressing against it would transfer force into the door as a whole rather than targeting any specific structural weakness. That was not how you breached a door. If you were trying to get through a door from the wrong side, if you were trapped in a corridor and the only way out was through a bulkhead between you and an airlock, you worked the hinges, you worked the seal perimeter, you found the locking mechanism, and you attacked the weakest point in the system, because no amount of hammering on the center of a military-grade tritanium door was going to move it. Every salvage crew member who had ever needed to open a locked bulkhead by force knew this. It was the first thing you learned. The concentration of effort was in the center of the door. Alara completed the scan and stood back. She read the output in silence for almost a full minute. Kale let her read. The rest of the crew had spread out along the corridor walls. Vaughn and Sess running a structural check on the floor grating, Marin keeping the plasma rig dark and close. Nobody talking. The cold pressed in around the portable lamp Kyle had clipped to the wall bracket, the cone of white light holding the door face in sharp relief while the corridor waited in the dark on either side of it. Tool analysis, Alara said finally. Her voice was in the clinical register, the one that ran on data and held everything else at arm's length. The narrower channels, width and cross-section consistent with standard hand tools, emergency kit implements, maintenance spanners, the flat edge of a pry bar. These are the shallower marks, the surface level scoring. She moved the scanner to the right wall. The broader marks and the deep substrate penetration at the door center are consistent with heavy mechanical equipment, a loader arm, a structural jack applied laterally. These required sustained, repeated application of significant force. This is not a single event record. This surface represents an extended effort. She lowered the scanner. Minimum estimated duration to produce the observed substrate penetration depth. Several hours. Upper bound, given the layering density, multiple sessions over an extended period. They were down here a long time, Marin said. The physical record is consistent with that, yes. Alara moved back to the door face. Force vector analysis. This is the element I want to be precise about. She ran the scanner again, slower this time, tilting the head to read the angle of each channel individually rather than averaging across a section. The output built on her display in a color-coded distribution map, the marks sorting themselves into vectors, arrows pointing in the direction the force had traveled through the metal. She watched the map populate. When it finished, she looked at it for a long time without speaking. Alara, Kale said. The vector distribution is not what I expected, she said. Category 1 marks, force directed outward, toward the airlock side of the door, away from the corridor, represent 41% of the total. These are consistent with an attempt to breach the door by pulling, prying, applying lateral stress to the seal perimeter. She paused. Category 2 marks, force directed inward, pressing the door toward the corridor, represent 59% of the total. These are deeper, more numerous in the substrate layer, higher repetition density at the seal perimeter and the locking mechanism housing. Another pause, longer. The majority of effort represented by this surface was directed at holding this door closed, not opening it. The corridor was very quiet. Run that back, Kale said. 59% of the marks on this door represent force applied inward from the corridor side, pressing the door toward the airlock. The deepest marks, the ones that penetrated to substrate, are concentrated at the locking mechanism, not because someone was trying to defeat the lock. She put the scanner down at her side. Because someone was trying to reinforce it. He stood in front of the door and let the data arrange itself into the only picture it fit. The smell of degraded copper in the sealed cold air. The temperature 16 degrees above what physics said it should be. The amber staining on every surface of the vestibule, total and even, with no obvious source. The marks, not an escape attempt, not a panicked assault on the only exit, but a sustained and desperate effort to make certain the door between the corridor and the airlock could not be moved. Hours of it, maybe longer. Many hands on the same surface, pressing inward, trying to add the weight of their own bodies to the resistance of the lock. They were trying to seal themselves inside the airlock, Kyle said. Nobody answered him. There was no answer that made the statement better or more useful or easier to hold. That's not a survival response, Harrow said. His voice had gone carefully flat. The airlock is a dead end. No supplies, no comms relay without external connection, no access to the rest of the ship. You seal yourself in there, you're just choosing how long it takes. It is a survival response, Alara said, if the space on the other side of the door is worse than a dead end. She was still looking at the vector distribution map on her display. The airlock has 2 sealed doors. It is the only compartment accessible from this entry corridor that can be fully isolated on both sides without powered bulkhead controls. No power required. The outer door is mechanical emergency operation. The inner door is the one they were reinforcing manually. She did not look up. Whatever they were sealing against, they had concluded that the airlock was the only space on this vessel they had any possibility of controlling. A pause. They didn't make it. The lamplight held the door face in its cone. The marks pressed into the tritanium in their thousands, the record of people who had understood exactly what was in the ship with them and had made the only calculation available to them and had been wrong about whether they had enough time. Cale stood in front of the door and looked at the center section, where the deepest substrate penetration was, where the effort had concentrated, not at the hinges, not at the seal perimeter, but at the center of the door's face, where a body pressed against it from the corridor side would add its weight to the resistance of the lock. He had read a lot of disaster records and a lot of dead spaces. He had never read one that looked like this. Disasters left evidence of chaos, of systems failing in cascade, of people making rational decisions that the physics of the situation had already ruled out. This did not look like chaos. This looked like people who understood the situation very clearly and had very few options, and had chosen the option that should have worked, and had nonetheless not worked. And the record of that choice was pressed 3 centimeters deep into military-grade tritanium by the hands and tools of the people who had made it. He exhaled once through his teeth and turned away from the door. "We document and move," he said. His voice came out flat and procedural, the voice of a man who had absorbed the data and was not going to spend more time with it than the data required. "Dresch wants boots on the core shielding in 3 hours. We have the staging decks and the primary thoroughfare between us and the reactor corridor. Vaughn, Cess, floor sweep completed." "Structurally clean," Vaughn said. "Then we move. Lights narrow. Comms burst only between checkpoints." He pulled the portable lamp off the wall bracket and clipped it back to his kit. "Harrow, you're on point with me. Marin, you're rear with the rig dark." He was 3 steps into the corridor, the darkness retreating ahead of his helmet lamp in a narrow cone, when Alara spoke at his shoulder in a voice low enough that the sound didn't carry back to the others. "Cale. The elevated temperature in this corridor." She had her forearm display angled down, looking at the thermal readout as she walked. 16 degrees above projected for a sealed system with no active heating. "I want to note formally for the documentation record that I have not identified a source consistent with passive physical processes." She paused. "My current probability estimate for the existence of an active thermal source somewhere in the interior of this vessel is 83%. Confidence interval plus or minus 6. Cale kept walking. The corridor took them in, the darkness ahead of the lamp indifferent and deep. "Log it," he said. She logged it. Chapter 3, The Silent Reboot. The staging decks were immaculate, and that was the first wrong thing. Cale had boarded enough derelicts to know what 30 years of abandonment looked like in the interior spaces. It looked like dust in drifting layers on every horizontal surface, coating equipment and deck plates and the tops of storage lockers in the same uniform gray film that accumulated when there was no circulation and no gravity variance to keep particulates moving. It looked like frost at the wall seams, where the temperature cycling of deep space worked its way through the insulation and condensed against the inner hull. It looked like the slow chemical decomposition of polymers and lubricants left untended, the grease on machinery going tacky and then crystalline, the polymer seals in electrical housings cracking along their edges. 30 years in a sealed environment without maintenance left a specific texture on everything. A film of suspended time that your eyes read before your brain processed it. The staging decks had none of it. The primary staging bay was a vast rectangular space, 3 stories of clear vertical height above the main floor, designed to accommodate the assembly and deployment of heavy salvage and combat equipment for a full military crew. Lockers lined both long walls, floor to ceiling, standard military issue. The kind that held everything from emergency atmosphere packs to breaching charges. Equipment tie-down points studded the floor grating at regular intervals. Overhead, a gantry crane system ran the full length of the bay on ceiling-mounted rails designed to move heavy assemblies between staging areas. The lighting grid above was dead. No power, no illumination. And Cale's helmet lamp threw the bay into a landscape of sharp shadows and hard light that moved when he moved, the corners of the space shifting and resettling with every step. Clean. Every surface clean. Not maintained clean, not recently wiped clean, but clean in the way a space is clean when nothing in it has been touched or disturbed for a very long time, and yet the ordinary accumulation of abandonment has somehow not occurred. The deck grating showed its original gray finish without the uniform film. The locker faces were bare metal, without frost at the seams. The air in the bay, when Kyle pulled a slow breath through his nose, was cold and sharp with ozone and that underlying copper organic note from the corridor, but without the dry, flat staleness that sealed spaces accumulated over decades. "Atmospheric particulate count," he said. Ilara ran it without breaking stride. She had been running continuous scans since they left the airlock corridor, the diagnostic array cycling through its measurement suite on a 30-second loop, and the data stream on her forearm display had been building for the last 20 minutes of transit. Particulate count in the staging bay is 4.2 micrograms per cubic meter. Standard baseline for a controlled clean room environment is below 10. Standard baseline for a sealed, uninhabited industrial space after 30 years would be in the range of 80 to 120. She looked at the number on her display, then at the bay around her. 4.2. "Something's been moving the air," Vaughn said. "Or something's been filtering it," Ilara said. "Active filtration would require a powered circulation system, which would require—" "Power," Cale said. "Yeah, we know." He moved the lamp to the far end of the bay, sweeping across the equipment tie-down points, and stopped the beam on something that didn't belong in the clean geometry of the space. A loader. One of the heavy-duty electric cargo movers that military vessels use to shift ordnance and equipment between decks. A squat and heavy machine with a low center of gravity and a lifting cradle rated for several tons had been moved from its parking position against the wall. The evidence of its original position was clear in the deck grating, the deep indentations of its wheel locks still visible in the metal. It had been moved approximately 12 meters across the bay floor and positioned at an angle that blocked the primary equipment access corridor on the bay's far side, and it had been modified. The lifting cradle had been bent, not by mechanical failure, not by the kind of metal fatigue that produced a slow structural deformation, but bent in the acute, violent way that metal goes when an enormous force is applied to it in a fraction of a second. The cradle arms were folded downward at approximately 60 degrees from their original horizontal position, each arm deformed at the same point, the same angle, simultaneously. Something had stood over the loader and pressed down on it with enough force to fold military-grade steel like a piece of sheet polymer. "Kyle," Marin said from his left. He was already looking at it. "That's a 2-ton machine," she said. "I know what it is." He moved to the loader and crouched beside the bent cradle arms, running his helmet lamp along the deformation. The metal at the fold points was smooth. No fracture surface, no crack propagation pattern, no stress whitening of the kind that appeared when metal failed under sustained load. This had happened fast. A single application of force, massive and brief, and the cradle had simply adopted the new geometry without fighting it. He looked at the floor around the loader's new position. The deck grating showed no skid marks, no scraping from the loader's wheel locks dragging. It had been moved deliberately, positioned with intent, and then the cradle had been deformed after it was in place. He straightened up and looked at the blocked corridor entrance. Someone used it as a barricade, Harrow said. He had come up on Cale's right and was looking at the same thing. Dragged it across to block the access corridor. And then something came from the access corridor side and pushed down on the cradle arms until they bent, Cale said, which would take the loader from a blockage to a ramp. Something that wanted through didn't bother with the loader. It just changed the shape of it. He looked at Harrow. Move past it. Don't touch it. They moved past it. The rest of the staging bay told the same story the loader had started. Cale read it as he walked, the helmet lamp building the picture in sections. A second barricade had been constructed at the entrance to the equipment storage corridor. Lockers dragged from the wall, stacked on their sides, wired together with safety tethering in a configuration that would have taken several people working together for an extended period. The barricade had been breached. Not dismantled, not bypassed. Breached. A section of the stacked lockers crushed inward as though a large mass had simply walked through it without slowing down. The wire tethering snapped cleanly. The locker faces caved in a curved profile that matched the leading edge of something roughly circular and large. On the far side of the breach point, a smear of dark material on the deck grating extended several meters into the equipment corridor, before the corridor's own darkness swallowed it. Cale crouched beside the smear. He held the lamp low, close to the surface, the angle of the light making the texture of the material visible. Dried. Thoroughly dried, with the cracked and contracted surface that biological fluid developed when it desiccated over a very long time. The color had gone to near black with age, but the original distribution pattern was still legible. A broad central deposit with streaking extending outward in a direction consistent with something wet being dragged across the surface from the storage corridor toward the main bay. He stood up. He kept his voice level. Elara, bioscanner reading on this section of deck. She ran the scanner across the smear, the diagnostic head passing within centimeters of the surface. She read the output. She ran it again. She looked at the output a second time with the expression of someone checking their own arithmetic. 0, she said. 0 organic signature. 0 organic signature. No cellular material. No protein chains. No residual DNA markers. She held the scanner over the smear and watched the display. The scanner is reading clean deck grading. There is no biological material present according to this instrument. She lowered it. The visual evidence is unambiguous. The scanner's output is also unambiguous. They contradict each other completely. What's your confidence in the scanner calibration? I ran a full diagnostic calibration at the airlock before we entered. The instrument was reading correctly at that point. Confidence in calibration, 91%, margin plus or minus 4. She looked at the smear. The scanner is either malfunctioning in a way that did not appear in the diagnostic, or the biological material on this surface has been altered in a way that removes it from the instrument's detection parameters. What alters biological material below scanner detection thresholds? Extreme temperature, radiation exposure above a certain threshold, certain classes of chemical solvent, a pause, or extraction. If the organic content was physically removed from the material while leaving the inorganic components, mineral salts, structural proteins, in place, the visual residue would remain while the scanner returned a clean reading. She looked at him steadily. I cannot determine from this data which of those is the operative explanation. Log it and keep moving, Kyle said. They found 3 more smears in the staging bay. The scanner read clean on all of them. They found the remains of a third barricade at the personnel access hatch on the bay's upper level, a mezzanine structure that connected to the crew quarters above. This one had been built from equipment cases and safety netting, and had been breached from the mezzanine side. The cases scattered across the upper walkway in a distribution consistent with an impact from above rather than from the main bay floor. They found a single glove, the heavy-duty gauntlet type from a standard shipboard worksuit, wedged into the corner where the mezzanine railing met the wall. The scanner read it clean. The glove's palm surface was scored deeply enough to have gone through the outer polymer layer. Cale picked it up and looked at the scoring on the palm. Deep parallel grooves, 4 of them, evenly spaced, running from the base of the palm to the fingertip line. He looked at them for a moment, then set the glove back where he'd found it. "We need the auxiliary power umbilical run," he said. "Ilara, find me the primary splice point for the staging deck distribution panel. We get power to this bay. We get the internal layout on the carrier's own schematics instead of working off the manifest." "Splice point should be in the main distribution housing on the bay's port wall," she said. "I'll need approximately 12 minutes to establish a clean connection." "Do it." She did it. Kale stood in the middle of the staging bay while she worked, his lamp making slow passes across the space, reading the physical record over and over as though additional passes would produce a different story. They didn't. The staging bay told one story, clearly and completely, in the language of bent steel and dried residue and barricades that had been walked through. It told the story of a crew that had understood what was on the ship with them and had tried to use the materials available to them to create barriers between themselves and it. The barriers had not worked. The crew had retreated, repeatedly, falling back to new positions, constructing new barricades at each choke point, and each barricade had failed in the same way. Not defeated, not circumvented, but simply walked through by something that didn't need to stop. He thought about the marks on the airlock door. The 59% directed inward, reinforcing the lock. The hours or more of sustained effort pressed into 3 centimeters of substrate. The final position the crew had tried to hold. They hadn't been trying to escape. They had been trying to find a space small enough and sealed enough to be defensible. The airlock had been the last option. It had the 2 sealed doors, both operable without power. It was the only space on this level that an approaching threat could not simply walk through. And it hadn't been enough because they hadn't made it. "Splice is live," Ilara said. "Running the connection now." The auxiliary power hit the staging bay distribution panel like a slow wave. The overhead lighting grid did not come on. Too many years, too many component failures in the lighting subsystem for a cold restart to produce illumination without a full system check first. But the equipment panels along the walls flickered. Status lights came on in amber rows, the carrier's system's inventory running its startup sequence, amber transitioning to green on the panels that were operational and staying amber or going red on the ones that weren't. The carrier groaned as power moved through its structure for the first time in 3 decades, a deep resonant sound that came up through the deck grating and through the soles of Kale's boots and into the long bones of his legs. The sound of metal that had been cold and still for a very long time being asked to conduct electricity again. "Internal comms?" Kale asked. "Dead," Ilara said, watching the panel. "Life support, dead. Environmental control, dead. Navigation, offline. Insufficient power at auxiliary level. Crew quarters, offline." She moved down the panel. "Internal schematics are loading. Give me 30 seconds." She waited. The carrier groaned again, lower this time, a sound from deeper in the structure. "Schematics are up. Internal layout confirmed against manifest. The manifest is accurate for the physical layout of the vessel. Bioscanner sweep of the full bay on the new power connection." She picked up the scanner and ran a full sweep, moving in a slow circuit of the staging bay, the diagnostic head reading the space with the power connection providing better baseline calibration than battery-only operation. She completed the circuit and looked at the display. "0, she said. "No biological signatures, no thermal blooms, no organic particulates above baseline." She looked around the bay, the bent loader, the breached barricades, the smears on the floor grating that the scanner refused to acknowledge. "The scanner is telling me this bay is a sterile, uninhabited environment, 0 probability of biological presence. And the loader? The scanner is telling me that too." She held the display up so he could see the reading. Clean deck, clean air, clean surfaces. Then she lowered it and looked at the bay with her own eyes. "The scanners are coming back clean. No biosigs, no thermal blooms. So tell me, Kale, what exactly dragged a 2-ton loader across the deck and bent it in half?" He didn't answer because the staging bay had already answered. The carrier groaned a 3rd time. This one was different. Not the resonant settling of metal accepting electricity, but a sharp directive sound, a mechanical engagement, coming from the overhead gantry system along the port wall. Cale turned his lamp to the source. The gantry crane had not come online. The lighting grid had not come online. The comms were dead, and the life support was dead, and the environmental systems were dead. But the weapons hardpoint housings built into the port and starboard walls of the staging bay, recessed behind access panels, the kind of automated internal defense turrets that military vessels deployed to protect vital staging areas from hostile boarding parties, had come online. The access panels had retracted, the turret housings had extended, and all four of them, two to a side, had rotated on their mounting axes with a smooth and purposeful mechanical precision that suggested their systems had suffered none of the degradation affecting the rest of the carrier's infrastructure. They had not oriented toward the staging bay entrance. They had not oriented toward the crew standing in the middle of the bay floor. They had oriented inward, past the crew, past the barricades, past the bent loader, along the axis of the access corridor that led deeper into the ship, in the direction of the reactor shielding. All four of them were pointing at the reactor. Cale stood in the middle of the staging bay with the power humming through the deck grating under his feet, and the turrets aimed past him at the dark corridor beyond, and he looked at the loader with its bent cradle arms, and at the smears on the floor that the scanner said weren't there, and at the glove on the mezzanine with its 4 parallel grooves scored through the palm. And he understood that the carrier's systems were in better condition than the manifest suggested, and that some of them had been aimed at the interior of the ship for 30 years, and that they had apparently decided, the moment power returned, that the thing requiring defensive response was not on the outside of the vessel. "Dresh," he said into the comms. Static. The hardline umbilical to the dry dock was still live. They hadn't lost the connection yet, but the signal quality had dropped since the auxiliary power reboot, the carrier's newly active systems generating interference across the frequency band. "Dresh, the internal defense turrets have come online and are targeting inward, toward the reactor corridor. I need you to confirm you're seeing this on the external feed." The static held for 3 seconds. Then Dresh's voice came back, flat and certain. "I see it. Old defensive programming, probably a fault in the targeting matrix. 30 years in cold storage plays havoc with the orientation calibration. It doesn't change the reactor. You're clear to advance." Cale looked at the 4 turrets. They were not drifting. They were not oscillating through a search pattern the way a misaligned targeting system would. They were still, locked on a fixed point somewhere in the depth of the carrier's interior, with the absolute, unwavering stillness of a system that had found its target and was waiting. "Right," he said. He did not take his eyes off the turrets for a long moment. Then he turned to the crew. "We advance to the primary thoroughfare. Stay out of the turret arcs. Move." Chapter 4. The Neutral Zone. The primary thoroughfare was the spine of the ship, and it felt like one. A single continuous corridor running the full length of the carrier's interior, connecting the forward hangar bays to the reactor shielding at the stern. The neutral zone was the artery through which everything military and everything mechanical had once moved. Wide enough to drive 2 loaders side by side with clearance to spare, tall enough that Cale's helmet lamp couldn't find the ceiling without tilting his head back at an uncomfortable angle. The walls were structural rib and conduit run, the raw engineering of a vessel this size exposed without apology, power trunks as thick as Cale's torso running in parallel banks along both walls, bundled in the color-coded sheathing of military specification. The floor was bare deck plate, not grating, the solid kind that took a magnetic boot's full grip. It stretched ahead of them into the dark for what the schematic said was 412 meters, and in the reach of Cale's helmet lamp it absorbed the light the same way the rest of this ship absorbed everything, cleanly, completely, without giving anything back. He pulled the first portable light from the equipment pack on his back and locked it to the wall bracket at the corridor entrance. The cone of white light pushed the dark back by 20 meters and stopped. He pulled a second light, walked to the edge of the first cone, locked it to the next bracket, and stood at the new boundary looking down the remaining darkness. "Light deployment to the first junction," he said. "Vaughn, starboard wall. I've got port. Ilara, continuous atmospheric and pressure monitoring. Harrow, Cess, equipment security. Nothing unsecured in this corridor. Marin, rig stays dark." The deployment took 11 minutes. By the time the portable lights were bracketed at intervals to the first cross-corridor junction 60 meters in, The thoroughfare had the quality of a long throat illuminated from inside, pools of white light overlapping just enough to eliminate the hard shadows between them, the conduit banks throwing their parallel relief lines up toward a ceiling. The light still couldn't fully reach, the deck plate gleaming ahead of each pool in the same clean, unfilmed surface that had been wrong in the staging bay and was wrong here, and had been wrong in every space they had moved through since the airlock. Cale pulled the tether anchor from his hip mount and drove it into the deck plate at the corridor entrance with the setting tool. One strike, the anchor biting into the plate, the status LED going green. He clipped the primary tether line to the anchor ring and fed the spool as he walked, the line paying out behind him in a thin orange thread. "Tether protocol," he said. "Everyone clips to the main line before the first junction." "We know," Marin said. "Clip in." She clipped in. They reached the first junction. Kyle locked lights at both cross-corridor openings and stood at the intersection with the schematic on Ilara's display. Main thoroughfare continued straight. Cross-corridors were secondary access, not their route. He looked down the next section of darkness past the last light pool and pulled another portable from his pack. "Pressure reading," he said. "Atmospheric pressure in the thoroughfare is 101.3 kilopascals, Ilara said. "Standard sea level equivalent, consistent with the airlock and staging bay readings. No differential between compartments." She ran a secondary check and read the result. "Temperature has dropped 2 degrees since we entered the thoroughfare. Current reading is negative 93 degrees Celsius. We're moving away from the exterior hull," Cale said. "Should be warming. The thermal model for this section, given our distance from the hull and our proximity to the reactor shielding, projects a temperature of approximately negative 85. We are 8 degrees below projection." She pulled up a second data layer on her display, overlaying the measured temperatures against the projected gradient. "The thermal deficit is increasing as we advance. Probability that this deviation is explained by passive insulation failure or standard thermal lag. 11%, confidence interval plus or minus 4. She looked up from the display. "The cold is sourced ahead of us, not behind." He stood at the junction with that information for a moment, and then kept walking because the reactor corridor was where the thorium cores were, and standing at a junction changed nothing. The second section of the thoroughfare was identical in construction and different in one specific detail. 4 of the heavy power trunks on the starboard wall had been damaged. Not by the progressive fatigue of 30 years in deep space. The damage was concentrated. The trunks were crushed at a point approximately 2.5 meters off the deck, the sheathing compressed and the trunks beneath bent inward at the point of impact, the deformation profile consistent with a lateral force applied from the port side. Something had moved along this corridor and struck the conduit bank, and the conduit bank had folded around it. Cale measured the impact height with his eye. 2.5 meters. He measured the lateral spread of the deformation. Roughly 1.2 meters of crushed trunks tapering off at both edges toward undamaged conduit. He thought about the loader in the staging bay with its cradle arms pressed down at 60 degrees, the smooth deformation that happened fast, and he went back to walking. "Log the conduit damage," he said. "Width, height, deformation profile." "Already logged," Ilara said. They deployed lights through the second section and into the third. The cold deepened. By the midpoint of the thoroughfare, his suit's thermal regulation had kicked up a level, the internal heating element cycling more frequently, the battery red dropping faster than passive draw alone accounted for. 71%. He noted it and said nothing. Vaughn fell in beside him, and for a while neither of them spoke. The sounds of the corridor filling the silence instead, the hum of the portable lights at the edge of hearing, the soft creak of Cale's suit servos on each step, and underneath both of those, something else, something that his ears kept trying to resolve into a source and kept failing to locate. A low, irregular vibration in the deck plate. Not mechanical, not the resonance of running equipment. More like pressure moving through a sealed system and finding the boundary of that system one slow increment at a time. "Port wall, third section," Seth said. Kyle swung the lamp. A smear on the wall. The same dark, desiccated residue from the staging bay, except this one was not on the deck. It was on the wall at approximately 3 meters of height, a broad central deposit with horizontal streaking extending 2 meters along the surface before thinning out. Not dripped down from above, not pooled below. The distribution was consistent with impact against a vertical surface at speed, something wet striking the wall at height and leaving material across a lateral spread. Alara ran the scanner without being asked. 0 organic reading. Same signature as the staging bay smears. Visual evidence unambiguous. Scanner returns clean surface. She held the scanner steady for a second pass. Probability that the scanner malfunction hypothesis explains all 0 readings across both compartments. 6%. Confidence interval plus or minus 3. The consistent pattern across multiple locations in 2 separate scanner calibration cycles suggests the biological material is not failing to register. It is registering, as absent. She lowered the scanner. Something is removing the organic content from these deposits while leaving the inorganic matrix in place. Stripped clean, Cale said. Log it. He kept walking. 2 more impact points on the conduit banks in the 3rd section, similar height and profile to the starboard wall damage, and another smear on the port wall 100 meters further along, this one at 4 meters of height. The streaking running at a slight downward angle, as though the source had been moving and decelerating when it struck. Cale logged both without stopping. The battery read was at 68% when they reached the equipment storage junction at the 280-meter mark. The junction was a widening in the thoroughfare, a loading bay inlet where heavy equipment could be staged before deployment into the reactor corridor beyond. 2 massive internal bulkhead doors flanked it, one to port and one to starboard, each a slab of tritanium 3 meters wide and a meter thick, seated in recessed wall channels and held open by mechanical lock pins retracted into the wall housing. The doors were designed to seal the junction in the event of a hull breach, compartmentalizing the thoroughfare and preventing pressure loss from propagating the full length of the ship. Each door in its open position was flush with the wall. Each door in its closed position blocked the corridor completely. Cale was deploying the final portable light at the junction, and Alara was running her junction atmospheric check when the hull spoke for the first time. A small sound. High-pitched and brief. A microfracture. The sound metal made when a stress concentration released just enough to relieve the load without failing the structure. Kyle stopped walking because it was the kind of sound you stopped for. He listened. Silence. Then the sound again, from a different point in the wall, a higher pitch. Then a third from the ceiling above, a lower note. Then 3 in quick succession from the starboard wall ahead. A scatter of brief, irregular reports running through the hull plating and going quiet. Pressure, he said. She was already reading it. 104.7 kilopascals in the junction space, up 3.4 from the first junction reading. Rate of increase is consistent with active pressurization, not passive gas accumulation. The rate is too fast and too steady for outgassing from the hull material. She pulled up the rate of change graph on her secondary display and studied it. Probability this represents passive atmospheric equalization from a residual pressure pocket in the lower decks. 9%, confidence interval plus or minus 5. The rate is increasing, not decreasing. Equalization flattens. This is not flattening. Suit integrity check, Cale said. Everyone, now. The crew ran their checks. 4 greens, 2 ambers. Harrow's left gauntlet seal was marginal. Not a failure, not yet, but the kind of amber that became a failure under sustained elevated pressure. Cale looked at the gauntlet and looked at the pressure reading and made the order of problems clear in his head. Harrow, he said. Pressure hits 110. You pull back to the staging bay on the main tether. Wait there. It's a marginal reading, Harrow said. I've worked ambers before. 110. That's the threshold. Acknowledged? Harrow acknowledged it. The microfractures continued their scatter of notes from the hull plating around them, irregular and persistent. Kyle pulled the next portable from his pack and locked it to the bracket, the cone of light pushing the dark back another 20 meters. And that was when he heard the mechanical sound begin. Not a microfracture, not the brief complaint of metal under localized stress releasing. This was sustained. The deep grinding protest of a large object moving against a surface it wasn't currently designed to move against. Metal engaging metal at the limit of its tolerance. The sound of something massive being pressed against a mechanical stop that was not rated for the load. It came from both bulkhead door channels simultaneously. Port and starboard. Both doors vibrating in their retraction housings, the tritanium frames trembling at a frequency visible to the eye, the lock pins holding each door in its open position, shaking in their seats. The doors were being pushed from the deep ship side. Cale walked to the port door and looked at the lock pins. The upper port pin was visibly deformed at its base. Not failed, not sheared, but bent at the contact point where the door's edge was pressing against it, the pin deflected by a fraction of a millimeter, that was nonetheless visible, and was not zero. He looked at the starboard door. Same deformation on the upper pin, both doors pressing against their stops with a force sufficient to permanently deform military-grade locking hardware. "Ilara, 108.3 kilopascals, she said. Her voice was in the clinical register but tighter than it had been, the data coming out faster. Rate of increase is still accelerating. Atmospheric composition is unchanged. No pressure differential gas mixing. No hull breach indicators. No outgassing signature." She ran the numbers again without being asked. The pressure is being generated from the interior of the vessel. The differential between this junction and the sections aft of the reactor shielding is sufficient to drive the bulkhead doors against their mechanical lock pins. She paused. If the pins fail, both doors close simultaneously. We are on the wrong side of both of them. Probability of pin failure at current load and rate of increase within the next 20 minutes, 62%. Confidence interval plus or minus 8. 62%. Kyle looked at the tether line running back through the lit sections of the thoroughfare to the anchor at the staging bay entrance, the thin orange thread that would be under a 3-meter tritanium door if the pins let go. He keyed the comms. Dresch. Bulkhead doors at the 280-meter junction are under load from the interior. Lock pins are deforming. Pressure in the corridor is 108 kilopascals, climbing, active rate of increase. Something in the lower decks is pushing atmosphere into the thoroughfare. Static held the channel for 5 seconds. The grinding of the door channels filled the junction, the portable lights trembling at their brackets, the cones of illumination shaking at the edges. Atmospheric management systems destabilized by the auxiliary restart, Dresch said. Residual pressure pocket in the lower decks equalizing into the main corridor. It'll stabilize. A pause. You are 130 meters from the reactor access. Finish the job. Cale looked at the upper port pin. The deformation at its base was slightly larger than it had been 30 seconds ago. He looked at the pressure reading. 108.9. He looked down the dark corridor toward the reactor access, the last light pool reaching 30 meters before the darkness resumed, and the schematic said ran uninterrupted to the reactor shielding. The pressure wasn't bleeding in from the vacuum outside the hull. No hull breach. No drop in atmospheric composition. No equalization curve flattening toward equilibrium. The pressure inside this vessel was being generated by something on the other side of the reactor shielding, something that was pushing 400 meters of sealed atmosphere ahead of it down the length of the thoroughfare, and the mass of that displaced air was pressing 2 3-meter tritanium doors against their mechanical stops hard enough to bend the pins, and Dresch was calling it a residual pocket. Cale noted the category Dresch's explanation belonged to, and noted separately the category the data belonged to, and noted that these were not the same category. "Move," he said. "Fast. Don't run. Stay on the tether." "Cale," Ilara said. 130 meters at current pressure load, with the rate of increase accelerating. Probability we make the reactor access before the pins fail. 47%. Confidence interval plus or minus 9. Then we move faster than the probability. He was already walking. "Go." They went. The grinding of the door channels followed them down the corridor, and the microfractures continued their scatter of notes through the hull plating above and around them. and the pressure reading on Alara's display climbed 1 slow kilopascal at a time, and the reactor access waited in the dark at the end of 130 meters of cold, clean, preserved corridor that had no right to be as clean as it was. The grinding deepened in pitch behind them. One of the lock pins let out a sharp report. Not a crack, not a full shear, but the decisive sound of metal yielding past its elastic limit into permanent deformation. And the port door dropped 2 centimeters in its channel before the remaining pins caught it. The sound of the drop echoed forward and came back off the corridor walls ahead of them, and in the brief silence after the echo, the cold pressed in from the reactor direction like a hand. "Move fast," Kyle said. They moved fast. Chapter 5. Isolation Protocol. The bulkhead doors came down like a verdict. Both simultaneously, the cascade triggering in under a second, the mechanical lock pins at the junction failing in sequence, and the 3-meter tritanium slabs dropping into their seated positions with a sound that Cale felt in his chest wall rather than heard with his ears. 2 overlapping concussions transmitted through the deck plate, up through his boot soles, into the long bones of his legs. A physical statement of mass and finality that the carrier's structure carried forward in diminishing tremors for several seconds after the initial impact. In the transit corridor behind them, the pressure wave arrived as a hard compression event. His suit squeezed inward across every sealed surface simultaneously. His ears popped before the sensors registered the change. Then the hardline comms umbilical snapped. The tension event arrived half a second after the bulkhead impact, the pressure wave traveling the full length of the thoroughfare and hitting the sealed junction at the same moment the umbilical's anchor point received the shock load of both doors dropping with their full mass behind them. The umbilical ran through the staging bay, through the thoroughfare, through the junction, and the junction was now sealed, the line running under a tritanium slab that had just dropped its speed. The snap transmitted through the cable as a single violent jerk at Cale's comms collar. The tension indicator on his suit panel read 0 and stayed there. He keyed the drydock channel. Nothing, not static, not interference, not the degraded signal of a weakening connection working harder to push through electromagnetic noise. Nothing. The absolute flat absence of signal that a severed hardline produced. The channel open and receiving and finding no transmission on the other end, because there was no other end anymore. He keyed the backup frequency. The same nothing. Emergency band. Nothing. He released the comms key and stood in the transit corridor for exactly 2 seconds, taking inventory of what they had and what they had lost. What they had: 6 crew members, breaching suits with degrading batteries, portable lighting, diagnostic equipment, 1 plasma rig, 1 structural cutter, and suit-to-suit short-range comms that had a range of 30 meters and required no external infrastructure to function. What they had lost: every other means of communicating with anything outside this vessel. The nothing on the comms channel was the loudest thing he had heard since they boarded. "Short-range suit-to-suit only," he said. "Burst transmission. No open channel." He kept moving toward the anteroom hatch at the end of the transit corridor. "Alara, inner hatch control the moment we're through." They moved through. The reactor access anteroom was a buffer compartment between the crew areas and the reactor shielding. Equipment lockers on both walls, decontamination spray housings in the ceiling, the inner hatch at the far end with its status light burning amber on standby power. Alara was at the manual terminal beside the inner hatch before the last crew member had cleared the anteroom threshold. Cale watched her run the diagnostic cable connection and watched the terminal light up and watched her move through the override layers with the practiced efficiency of someone who had bypassed locked systems on dead ships before and expected this to behave like locked systems behaved. First layer. The terminal accepted her credentials without resistance. Second layer. Accepted. Third layer. The terminal paused. The override menu closed. In its place, a single input prompt materialized on the display, the cursor blinking patient in red. Biometric authentication required. Command level access. Captain's credentials only. Biometric authentication required, Alara said, in the data voice, the readout register. Command level access. Captain's credentials only. She reached for the palm contact scanner mounted below the terminal screen and pressed her hand against the reader. The scanner lit. Read her vascular pattern, her skin conductivity, her epidermal temperature. Cross-referenced against the ship's crew manifest. Returned its verdict. The scanner went bright red. The display changed. Contaminant detected. Quarantine active. The anteroom went very still. Alara looked at the display. She looked at the 2 lines of red text. Contaminant detected above. Quarantine active below. Both of them burning with the steady, patient certainty of a system reporting a condition it had been designed to report. She pulled her hand back from the scanner. She looked at her palm. She ran the instrument calibration check on her forearm display. The same check she ran when the data stopped aligning with any explanation she could produce. The check she ran to confirm the instrument before she was forced to accept the conclusion. Scanner calibration confirmed at 92%, she said. Margin plus or minus 3. She looked at the display again. Contaminant detected. Quarantine active. She ran the calibration check again. Scanner calibration confirmed. Tertiary release, Kale said. Red T-bar, base of the terminal housing. Mechanical only. It bypasses the electronic lock entirely. She crouched at the base of the housing and found the T-bar grip in its locking collar. She applied torque. The collar resisted the compression of 30 years of cold storage, and then the resistance broke, and the collar turned, and the handle drove its pawl into the hatch's manual unlock channel. The inner hatch status light cycled from red to amber, then back to red. The terminal screen refreshed below the quarantine active display. Manual override logged, protocols maintained. Alara stood. She looked at the screen. She looked at the quarantine active text and at the manual override logged confirmation below it and at the biometric scanner still glowing its bright red against the dark housing. And she said very quietly, in the precise cadence of a person reading a result, they have already confirmed is accurate and are nevertheless reading again. Contaminant detected. Quarantine active. She touched the edge of the scanner housing with 2 fingers. Manual override logged. Protocols maintained. She looked at the scanner. Contaminant detected. Alara, Kyle said. Not sharp. A direction. She stopped. She turned from the screen and pulled up the schematic on her secondary display, reorienting in the data because the data was the thing that held when the other things stopped holding. The quarantine response is a full perimeter seal, she said. Every powered bulkhead door between our current position and the outer airlock is sealed under the quarantine protocol. The mechanical override succeeded for approximately 3 seconds before the electronic relock engaged. She ran the calibration check one more time, silently, and closed it. Probability the relock mechanism is a factory standard feature present in the original build specification. 3%. Confidence interval plus or minus 1. Someone added it, Vaughn said. Someone added it after the original build. She looked at the schematic. Contaminant detected. Quarantine active. Stop looking at the screen, Kale said. Dimensions. Secondary ventilation network parallel to the reactor corridor. The task reached her. She pulled the data. Primary secondary ducts, width 44 centimeters. Our shoulder profiles at 58 centimeters standard configuration. With external equipment packs removed and carried, passable at 61% probability per crew member, confidence interval plus or minus 7. She ran the cumulative figure without being asked because she always ran the cumulative figure. Full 6-member transit, 22% probability without incident, confidence interval plus or minus 9. Duct access panels are mechanical, Kale said. Flathead clips, no electronics. The quarantine can't lock them. He moved to the port equipment locker and pulled it open, running his lamp across the back wall. The ventilation access panel was there, flush-mounted, 4 mechanical clips, a flathead interface at each corner, no status light, no power connection, no electronic component of any kind. He held up the flathead tool from his kit. Strip your external mounts. Everything internal or hand-carried. We go through the duct, find the reactor corridor access on the far side, and we finish the slag job. 22%, Harrow said from near the decon housing. 22% moving. 100% stuck if we don't. Kale looked at him. Pick one. Nobody argued. The crew began breaking down their external mount configurations with the focused efficiency of people who had accepted the available options and were executing the better of them. Kyle worked his own mounts, cutting tool off the hip bracket, power cell pack into the internal storage cavity, carry distribution reconfigured for a 44-centimeter passage. And while he worked, he was also listening. The background process that ran underneath everything else on dead ships and cataloged sounds by origin and significance. 2 sounds in the anteroom that had not been there when they entered. The first was a low, broad vibration in the deck plate. Not sharp enough to be a microfracture, not localized enough to be a mechanical component engaging. Distributed, structural, the resonance of a large mass moving through a large interior space and transferring energy into the surrounding framework. It came from the deep interior of the vessel, from the direction of the reactor shielding. It ran in intervals. 4 seconds of presence, 8 of absence, 4 of presence. Patient and consistent, on a schedule. The second sound was coming from the transit corridor hatch. Cale stopped working his mounts and looked at the hatch. Locked, bar in place, exactly as he had left it. But the small analog pressure gauge mounted beside the frame, a mechanical dial, a physical needle, the kind that did not interface with the ship's electronic systems and could not be touched by any protocol that operated through the electronic lock network, was reading differently than it had been reading when they entered the anteroom. The needle had been at standard. The needle was above standard now, not spiked. A slow, sustained, steady climb. The kind of pressure increase produced by atmosphere being fed into a sealed volume at a controlled rate. The transit corridor had become a sealed volume when the bulkhead doors came down, and something was pressurizing it from the deep ship side. "Core deep," he said quietly, to the information. The vibration in the deck plate returned. 4 seconds. Stopped. Marin had finished her equipment redistribution and was watching Cale watch the gauge. "The quarantine sealed every powered door between us and the outer airlock the moment we gave the ship power," she said. "Not when we reached the anteroom, not when Alara touched the scanner. The moment the auxiliary restart hit the distribution panel." She looked at the inner hatch burning its red status light and at the transit corridor hatch with its climbing needle. It sealed the way in, and it sealed the way further in, and now something on the junction side of the bulkhead doors is pushing atmosphere into the transit corridor. "The junction is sealed," Cale said. "I know the junction is sealed." She held his gaze. "What's on the junction side of those doors that's pressurizing the transit corridor?" He kept working his mounts. He pulled the last external bracket free and stowed it and closed the internal storage cavity and checked the retention seal and held the 4 seconds of quiet that the work required before he answered, because the 4 seconds were useful and because there were things that were better carried quietly until the moment required speaking them aloud. The vibration returned. 4 seconds. Stopped. "Harrow said the ship is running a malfunction," Vaughn said. He was not asking. He was laying the position out so that someone would address it, because it was the position that needed to be either confirmed or replaced before the crew moved into a 44-centimeter duct with a 22% cumulative success probability. "Corrupted firmware," Harrow said, from the decon housing. 30-year-old contamination response triggered by unregistered biological signatures. It doesn't know we're not the crew. It doesn't know the crew is dead. Everything it's done is a standard quarantine routine running on bad data. Cale set the flathead tool against the first ventilation panel clip and looked at the terminal screen. Contaminant detected above. Quarantine active below. The biometric scanner still burning its bright red in the housing beside the display. He looked at the timestamp on the quarantine activation, which matched the auxiliary restart timestamp exactly. The first system response the vessel had generated the moment power returned, before the turrets oriented, before the atmospheric pressure began its climb, before the hardline umbilical snapped. First, instantaneous. He thought about the temperature running 8 degrees colder than the thermal model projected, cold sourced ahead of them in the reactor direction. He thought about the smears on the walls at 3 and 4 meters of height that the scanner read as clean surface. He thought about the conduit trunks bent by a lateral profile of 1.2 meters at 2.5 meters off the deck. He thought about the external sensor arrays pointed inward at the hull on active primary power for 30 years. He thought about the hull temperature, identical to within 0.3 degrees across 4.2 million tons of exterior surface, a consistency that required active regulation. He thought about what ran active systems for 30 years in the dark with no crew and no life support, and then ran a full perimeter quarantine seal the instant someone gave it a power source. He thought about what the quarantine was for. He drove the flathead tool into the first clip. "It's not a malfunction," he said. He kept his eyes on the clip as it released and moved to the second. "The ship isn't malfunctioning." He drove the tool into the second clip, and the second clip released, and he moved to the third and drove the tool in and looked at Harrow. "It's working perfectly." He looked at the contaminant detected text and at the quarantine active text and at the biometric scanner burning red in its housing. "It's quarantining us." The anteroom held the statement in its sealed silence. The status light above the inner hatch burned its steady red. The analog needle continued its patient arc on the pressure gauge. The vibration moved through the deck plate on its 4-second interval, present, then absent, and in the silence of the absence, the carrier waited in the particular quiet of a system that had been designed for exactly this moment and had been holding it for exactly as long as it needed to. Chapter 6. The Braille Trail. The duct was 44 centimeters wide and Cale was 58 at the shoulder, and the math resolved itself the moment he pulled himself through the ventilation access panel, and both walls made contact simultaneously. He exhaled completely, compressed the suit's passive insulation by the fraction it would give, and gained clearance he measured in millimeters rather than comfort. He pulled his equipment pack in behind him, unclipped from his back, held in both hands, pushed ahead of him as he moved, and started forward on his elbows. "In," he said. "Ilara, 30 seconds behind me. 30-second separation through the full transit. Nobody closes the gap." He was already moving when he finished the sentence. The helmet lamp was a liability in the enclosed space. The beam hit the duct walls at close range and reflected off the metal surface and back into his visor in an over-reflective wash that reduced useful visibility to approximately 8 meters before the layered reflections overwhelmed the detail ahead. He left it on because the alternative was worse, and he kept his eyes on the forward wall and moved in the slow push-pull of a man too large for the space he was occupying. The first thing he heard was the vibration. He had been noting the 4-second interval since the anteroom. The low, broad structural resonance coming from the direction of the reactor shielding. The sound of something large moving through a large interior space and transferring energy into the surrounding framework. In the anteroom it had been a background condition, registered and filed. In the duct, with the metal walls pressed against his shoulders and his ear canal separated from those walls by a few centimeters of suit composite, the vibration was not a background condition. It was a physical fact. A slow, deep pressure event that moved through the duct walls and into his body and lasted 4 seconds and then stopped, and the 8 seconds of silence afterward had a different quality than the silence before it, a listening quality, a stillness that felt attended rather than empty. He stopped moving during the vibration, held himself completely still, started moving again when the 8-second interval elapsed. He was 20 meters in when the ozone hit him. Not the baseline concentration that had been present since the outer airlock, that had become ambient, a constant low note at the back of the throat he had largely stopped registering. This was above baseline, significantly above, the kind of concentration that registered as a physical presence in the nasal passages and the soft tissue of the throat, the smell of circuitry under sustained heavy load, of something drawing on a nearby power source with the appetite of a system running at full capacity. His suit battery percentage, which had been dropping at the elevated rate of an active thermal regulation environment, ticked down 2 points in under a minute. He looked at the reading. 63%. He pulled himself forward another 5 meters and the ozone deepened again. "Ilara," he said, keeping his voice low. "Battery reading." Her response came back on the suit-to-suit burst, compressed. 61%, dropping faster than ambient thermal draw accounted for. Parasitic draw. The entity feeding on nearby circuitry, On their suit batteries, on the residual charge in the duct's own wiring harness, on whatever power signature their suits were emitting in the tight metal space of the duct. The Bible's rule running exactly as specified. Every active module on their suits was an electromagnetic signature, and electromagnetic signatures in this vessel were the equivalent of bleeding in open water. He had known this since the staging bay. He had been managing it since the staging bay, in the duct with the metal walls amplifying every emission and the source of the parasitic draw somewhere ahead of him. Management had a narrowing window. "Cut passive HUD," he said into the burst. "Keep lamp and suit integrity only. Everything else dark." He reached his own HUD controls and started shutting down the non-essential modules, the atmospheric monitor, the thermal overlay, the motion assist on the servos. The servo whine in his gauntlets dropped to silence. The suit got heavier. He kept moving. At the 30-meter mark, his leading hand, moving forward along the duct floor in the automatic reach and pull of forward progress, crossed from smooth metal onto something different. He stopped. He held his hand still on the surface. Below his gloved palm, pressed into the floor of the duct, were grooves, deep ones, not surface scoring. His fingers found the edges of the channels clearly, the walls of each groove clean and defined, the depth enough to seat the first joint of his finger when he pressed into them. He held the lamp at a low angle, close to the surface, and the grooves appeared in the oblique light, running along the left wall and across the floor, a dense cluster of identical, methodical channels forming a distinct repeating pattern. His hand moved along them, reading them the way the hand reads Braille, feeling the geometry in the spaces between his fingertips. He pulled himself to the junction access point 15 meters further and went through it into a wider section of the ventilation network where two ducts met at an angle. Not enough space to stand, but enough to turn over, enough to wait for Alara to come through behind him with her diagnostic array. He held position and listened. The vibration came on its interval, 4 seconds, 8 seconds of the listening silence. The ozone sat in the air around him like a low-grade current he could taste. Alara came through the junction, then Marin. They compressed themselves into the wider section, 3 bodies in a space built for one, and nobody spoke until Vaughn's lamp appeared in the duct behind them. "Hold here," Kyle said. "Alara, the marks in the duct from the 30-meter point back to the anteroom access. You passed through them. What did you read?" She had the scanner out before he finished. She ran it along the duct wall in the cramped space, the diagnostic head moving in the methodical passes she used when she needed the data to be complete before she interpreted it. She read the output. She ran it again. When she spoke, the clinical register was present, but carrying something underneath it. The sound of a person whose instrument was confirming a conclusion she had been building toward for a long time, and had been hoping the instrument would contradict. "The groove profile is consistent across the entire section," she said. "Consistent width, consistent depth, consistent wall angle within a margin of variation of approximately 4%, which is the margin produced by repeated application of the same instrument across the same surface." She moved the scanner to the floor section. "The pattern is geometric. Repeating unit of 7 elements. I've mapped the sequence across 11 complete repetitions from the 30-meter mark to the junction. The spacing between repetitions is consistent to within 2%. She lowered the scanner. "This is not damage. This is not wear. This is not anything produced by a crew member or any tool in the ship's manifest." She looked at the walls around them, where the same marks continued on every surface of the junction space. Walls, ceiling, floor, covering the metal comprehensively, layer on layer. "These extend through the entire duct network we have transited, both directions. The pattern runs forward and back." "Something made these on purpose," Marin said. She had her lamp on the ceiling of the junction space, where the marks were densest, the geometric sequence reproduced over and over until the underlying metal was barely visible beneath the carved record of it. "Something came through this duct. A lot of times." "That's the conclusion the data supports," Alara said. Kyle had his gloved hand on the left wall, fingers in the grooves, feeling the geometry of the repeating unit through the suit material. The grooves were deep enough to seat his fingertips to the first joint. He pressed in and felt the sequence, the spacing of the 7 elements, the rhythm of the pattern, the way it told you something about the surface it was pressed into by the very consistency of its reproduction. His hand moved forward along the wall without looking. The pattern was readable. It had a direction. It had a logic. He understood it the way his hands understood it before his reasoning caught up. "These aren't signs of a struggle," he said. He said it the way you said something you had just confirmed. The way you said a thing that had been accumulating towards statement for a long time and had finally arrived at the moment it needed to be spoken aloud. He looked at Alara. He looked at Marin. He looked at the walls covered floor to ceiling in the patient, geometric record of something that had moved through this space on a schedule. They are a topographical map, a physical Braille-like trail left by something that navigates without sight. Nobody spoke. The vibration came on its interval. In the junction space, with the walls pressed close on every side, it was not a sound but a full-body event, the metal transmitting it directly into every surface of contact, into Cale's hands on the wall, into his knees on the floor, into his back against the ceiling. 4 seconds of resonance. Then the listening silence. "Blind," Marin said. She said it quietly, to herself first, and then again to the group. "It's blind. It made a map because it can't see. It navigates by contact," Alara said. She was looking at the wall with her hand on the surface the way Cale's hand had been on the surface, feeling what the hands felt when the eyes were removed from the equation. It moves through the ship and contacts the walls and reads the geometry it pressed into them on the previous pass. Every time it transits a space, it adds to the map. The map gets more detailed with every transit. She looked at the 7-element sequence running across the ceiling of the junction in its patient repetition. This duct network has been transited many times. The map here is complete. "It knows every surface in this ship," Vaughn said. He had come through the duct behind Marin and was wedged at the junction entrance, his structural cutter held flat across his chest. "It knows the geometry of every space by feel." "By contact, yes," Alara said. "The scratches at the airlock door, the marks in the thoroughfare corridor walls, the duct network. Every surface we have passed through since the outer airlock has carried this pattern." She looked at Cale. "Probability that the mapping is comprehensive throughout the vessel at this density of transit record, 87%. Confidence interval, plus or minus 6. Cale had not moved his hand from the wall. He was thinking about the entity's rule, blind to the visible light spectrum, unable to track a human who was perfectly still, silent, and emitting 0 power or heat. He was thinking about their suit batteries ticking down at the parasitic draw rate, and about the ozone sitting in the air at above baseline concentration, and about the 4-second vibration interval on its patient schedule. He was thinking about the map on the walls. He was thinking about who the map was for. Not for them. They had lights, they had schematics, they had visual spectrum access to the geometry of the spaces they moved through. The map was not useful to anything that could see. The map was useful only to something that navigated by feel, that needed to press into the surfaces of a space to understand its geometry, that had been pressing into the surfaces of this vessel for long enough that the map was comprehensive on every transited surface. The map was for the thing that made it, and the thing that made it was using it right now, somewhere in the structure of this ship, moving through spaces it had mapped 30 years ago, and adding to the map with each transit, orienting itself in total darkness by the geometry its own body had inscribed into the metal around it. "Battery management," Kyle said. He kept his voice level and flat and operational because level and flat and operational was the only useful register available to him at this moment. "Everything non-essential goes dark now. Lamps on minimum. Comms on burst only. No open channels, no passive emissions, nothing that puts an electromagnetic signature into this metal." He looked at the walls with their patient map. "We are in its navigation system. It knows the geometry of every space we are in. The only thing it cannot do in here is find us specifically." He held each face in turn. "Keep the batteries low. Keep the noise down. We stay electromagnetically invisible and it cannot locate us in the spaces it already knows. And if it comes through the duct, Harrow said. He was still in the duct behind Vaughn, his voice carrying through the junction space with the close, compressed quality of sound in a metal pipe. Kyle looked at the duct dimensions, 44 centimeters. He thought about 1.2 meters of lateral profile in the conduit damage. He thought about what fit and what didn't. It doesn't come through the duct, he said. The duct is our route because it's too small for anything that bent those conduit trunks. He turned toward the forward junction access, the panel that led into the reactor corridor section beyond. Reactor access is 20 meters forward. We move now, while the interval is in the silent phase. Lights minimum. No comms until we're through. He looked at the walls one more time. The 7-element sequence ran across every surface of the junction space in its patient, comprehensive 30-year record. Short, short, long, short, long, long, short. The grammar of something that had never needed to see this ship because it had spent 3 decades learning it by touch, pressing its navigational record into military-grade tritanium until every surface told it exactly where it was. He turned away from the walls and put his lamp on minimum and started toward the reactor corridor access. Behind him, in the close darkness of the duct junction, the vibration came on its interval. And this time it did not come from ahead. It came from the starboard wall, close, no more than 2 meters of metal separating the source from the junction space, the resonance moving through the duct wall directly into every point of contact his body made with the surrounding surfaces. 4 seconds, directly adjacent. He held himself completely still. The 8 seconds of silence came. Then the vibration moved, forward, away, the source tracking along the starboard wall of the duct exterior toward the reactor corridor in the same direction he was heading. It had not stopped. It had changed position. Cale held still for 3 seconds after the vibration faded, listening to the quality of the silence it left behind. Then he turned and looked at Alara in the darkness of the minimized lamps, and she was already looking at him, and the probability register in her expression had reached a number neither of them was going to say out loud in the close metal space of the junction with 44 centimeters of duct wall between them and whatever was mapping the exterior of that wall right now. He held up one hand. Flat palm. Hold. He held up 2 fingers. 2 minutes. He held the 2 fingers until she acknowledged. Then he faced the reactor access and waited in the dark, in the silence, in the electromagnetic quiet of 6 suits running minimum power, while the 4-second interval resumed its patient schedule on the other side of the wall and the map waited on every surface around them for the navigator that had made it. Chapter 7. The Mimic. They held position in the junction space for 4 minutes before Cale moved them forward. 4 minutes of 6 suits on minimum power, lamps at the lowest useful setting, comms closed, the only sounds the slow controlled breathing of 6 people managing their oxygen draw in the close metal space and the 4-second vibration interval continuing its patient schedule on the other side of the starboard wall. The vibration had tracked forward during the hold. He had felt the source relocate along the exterior of the duct toward the reactor corridor, moving in the same direction the crew needed to go, and then the interval had resumed at the new position. He counted 3 full cycles of presence and silence at the new location before he made the determination that stationary was the best condition he was going to get, and that waiting for better was not a productive use of time. He moved them forward on the 4th cycle's silence. Hand signals only, single file, minimum lamp. The reactor corridor access panel came loose on the flathead clips without resistance, the mechanical interface indifferent to the quarantine that had locked every electronic component in this vessel since the auxiliary restart. He went through first, straightened to full height in the reactor access corridor, and held the lamp at minimum against the walls. The walls were covered, both of them, floor to ceiling, the ceiling too, and the deck beneath his boots. The Braille ran on every surface in the densest concentration he had seen since boarding. The 7-element sequence layered over itself so many times that the underlying tritanium was nearly invisible, the geometric record of decades of navigation pressed into the metal until the map and the surface were the same thing. The corridor stretched 60 meters to the reactor shielding access hatch at the far end, and every centimeter of it was mapped. Every surface the navigator had ever touched in this space carried the mark of having been touched, and the marks had accumulated over 30 years into something total. He kept his lamp at minimum and kept his hands off the walls and kept moving. The rest of the crew came through in sequence. Each one straightened and went still as the lamps registered the surfaces. Vaughn made a sound below the threshold of a word. Marin made no sound at all, which was a different kind of response. Alara ran her scanner in one slow pass and looked at the output and did not say the number out loud. 60 meters, Kyle said. Move in the interval. They moved in the interval. The ozone thickened with each meter of forward progress, past the baseline concentration that had been present since the outer airlock and into something above it. A density that registered as physical pressure at the back of the throat, the smell of heavy continuous draw on nearby circuitry, the air itself carrying the charge. His battery ticked down without him using anything. 59. 58. The passive electromagnetic output of 6 suits running minimum was still enough to bleed into the surrounding metal, and the surrounding metal was transferring it somewhere. He kept moving. He did not look at the battery reading again because looking at it changed nothing. The vibration came on its interval from ahead. He stopped the crew, counted the 4 seconds of presence, counted the 8 seconds of silence, moved them forward again on the silence. He was 40 meters from the reactor shielding access hatch when the comms receiver activated without instruction, not the suit-to-suit burst channel, the passive short-range input, the receiver that monitored the standard crew emergency frequency band within 30 meters without transmitting anything in return, filled with a voice. A man's voice coming from below and ahead of them, from the engineering deck access branch, the schematic placed at the 20-meter mark of the reactor corridor. The voice was in the compressed, fragmented cadence of immediate physical distress, words running together, sentences broken at the breath, the specific breathing pattern of someone who had been running for a long time and had not found a reason to stop, asking for help, giving a position, repeating both, the same words cycling in the same order at the same cadence with the same breathing underneath. The repetition too precise for a frightened human being and too specific for random noise. Cale held his fist up. The crew stopped. He counted 4 repetitions of the loop. Same words, same cadence, same breathing, same gap between cycles. A recording, something playing a recording. Alara, he said. Frequency identification. She had the diagnostic array on the signal before he finished. Standard crew emergency frequency, she said. Signal strength consistent with a suit-mounted emergency transmitter at 15 to 20 meters, accounting for the deck separation below us. The transmitter ID is in the ship's crew manifest. She confirmed the identifier reading and looked at him. Registered to a member of the original carrier crew. 30 years dead, Marin said. Emergency beacons run 72 hours on internal battery, Alara said. Her battery reading was at 55% and still dropping. She did not say what that meant. The crew were all watching their own readings, and the implication was not complicated. Cale moved toward the engineering deck access branch because the route to the reactor shielding ran past it, and he needed to clear it before he put the crew's backs to it. 10 meters of connecting corridor, a heavy hatch standing open on its safety pin, and beyond the hatch the engineering deck spread out in the reach of his minimum lamp. Wide, low-ceilinged, a dense maze of pipe runs and conduit banks and heavy equipment housings, the mechanical subfloor of the carrier's operational systems. The Braille on every surface, same density as the reactor corridor, same comprehensive coverage. The voice was louder here. 15 meters inside, somewhere in the pipe run maze to the left. He went through the hatch and tracked the signal through 2 rows of pipe housings and around a conduit bank at chest height, and into the narrow space between 2 heavy coolant lines, and he found the suit. It was on the deck between the coolant lines, crushed. Not torn, not cut, not burned. Crushed bilaterally, the rigid composite of the torso section compressed inward from both sides simultaneously, the structural members buckled and fractured at the contact points, the visor cracked through on a diagonal, The compression profile was smooth, even, fast. The same signature as the loader cradle in the staging bay and the conduit trunks in the thoroughfare. The suit was empty. The systems indicator on the outer panel was dark. The lamp behind the visor was dark. Every powered component of the suit was dead. The emergency beacon on the left shoulder was transmitting. Active green pulse on the beacon indicator, steady and patient, the voice running its loop from the speaker housing in the voice of someone who had been dead for 30 years, on a vessel that had no viable power to run anything. "That's impossible," Cale said. He looked at the crew gathered at the entrance of the narrow space between the coolant lines. "Jenkins' suit is empty. Who is transmitting on his frequency?" Nobody answered him. The loop continued. Ilara crouched beside the suit and ran the scanner across the beacon housing, then in a slow arc around it, reading the electromagnetic profile at range rather than at contact. She studied the output. She ran the arc again. "The beacon is being powered externally," she said. "The suit battery is dead. The systems are dead. The power is not internal." She moved the scanner to a wider radius. "Something in close electromagnetic proximity to the beacon housing is supplying it current. The power signature is active and directed, not passive environmental accumulation." She confirmed the reading. "Probability of passive environmental source, below 2%. Confidence interval plus or minus 1. Core deep," Vaughn said quietly. He was looking at the ceiling above the crushed suit, at the Braille up there, the marks worn smooth at the overhead directly above the suit's position, the surface below them polished by repeated contact in a way that the rest of the ceiling wasn't. A resting point. A location the navigator returned to on a schedule. Kyle was looking at the same section of ceiling and thinking about the same thing. He thought about the trap geometry, the distress signal drawing them through the hatch, through the pipe maze, into this specific corridor between the coolant lines. A space with 2 meters of clearance and a predictable entry path and the overhead marks of something that had spent significant time pressed against the ceiling directly above it. He thought about the entity's documented tactics. Audio mimicry to disorient and lure survivors into traps. He thought about what 30 years of listening to a distress beacon taught you about the sounds prey made when they were afraid. He thought about what followed prey into a narrow space once the prey had stopped moving and gone quiet and could not see what was above them. "It's not calling for help," he said. He kept his voice flat and operational. "It slagged the beacon to bring us here, into this space, under that ceiling." He looked at the crew. "We're standing in the trap. Move. Back through the hatch, reactor corridor. We don't stop." He was already turning when the beacon cut out. Mid-loop. The voice stopped at the exact middle of a word, the transmission ending not at a natural break but at a source-level cut, as though the playback had been stopped by the thing running it rather than reaching its end. The silence that followed was not the 4-second interval silence. That had texture, duration, the quality of an absence before a return. This was a different category of silence. Immediate, complete, attended. Then the comms receiver activated again. The voice that came through it was Cale's. His own breathing, reproduced at close to perfect fidelity. The specific rhythm of his inhalation and exhalation across the past 15 minutes, the reactor corridor transit, the engineering deck approach, the time spent crouched in the narrow space between the coolant lines. The slight nasal quality of breath processed through a suit filter at sustained high-stress draw. The specific pattern of controlled tension held deliberately across a long period, the cadence of a man who had been managing his breathing as an operational discipline since the duct. His breathing, coming from somewhere in the darkness beyond the reach of the minimized lamps, from the far end of the engineering deck, from the dark space behind the largest pipe housing where the Braille on the walls ran at the highest density in the room. Clear, intimate, precisely him. He stood in the narrow space between the coolant lines and listened to his own breathing in the dark, and the breathing was perfect. And then it changed. The rhythm accelerated, past the controlled pace he had been running, past the operational discipline, past the management, into something shallower and faster, The breathing of a man whose control had failed. The breathing of a man who was no longer choosing the rate. Not a guess. Not an approximation. His breathing, extrapolated forward from every second of listening. The model running ahead of where he currently was to where he was going. What he sounded like now. What he was going to sound like next. It was showing him what came after control. Chapter 8. The Void Tides. Kyle killed his lamp the moment the breathing started and moved the crew out of the engineering deck by touch and the braille on the walls. Not by choice, by discipline. The entity located prey by electromagnetic signature and acoustic vibration through the deck plating, and the suit lamp was the loudest electromagnetic signal any of them carried, and keeping it active in an enclosed space while something at the far end of that space was demonstrating it had been listening to him breathe for 15 minutes, was not a viable operational posture. He killed the lamp. He put his right glove flat against the wall and felt the 7-element sequence under his fingers. The patient geometry pressed into the metal. The map that had guided something blind through this vessel for 30 years. And he used it the way it was designed to be used. He moved along the wall by touch, one hand reading the braille, the other counting the passage of pipe housings and equipment frames in the dark, walking the map backward toward the hatch. He did not run. Running was acoustic vibration in the deck plating. The crew followed him by contact. Ilara's hand on his shoulder, each crew member's hand on the shoulder in front of them. A chain of bodies moving through complete darkness in the tight discipline of people who understood what inattention looked like on this vessel. The hatch found him at the end of 20 meters of blind navigation, solid and cold against his outstretched palm, and he got them through it and into the connecting corridor, and then into the reactor access corridor. In the reactor corridor, he allowed one lamp at absolute minimum, a directed beam aimed at the deck immediately ahead of his feet, enough light to navigate without broadcasting into the mapped surfaces on both sides. He kept the beam down. "Route change," he said. "Barracks level first. Secondary ladder, starboard wall, 40-meter mark." "We came for the cores," Marin said. "Cores later." He was already walking. "Move." The secondary ladder was recessed behind a mechanical panel in the starboard wall, a vertical shaft beyond it rising 12 meters to the deck above. He went up first, the minimum lamp clamped between his teeth to free both hands for the rungs, climbing in the complete quiet of a man whose suit servos he had shut down 4 meters into the duct transit and had not restarted. The shaft walls pressed close. The ozone thinned as he climbed away from the reactor level. 12 meters of cold rungs and then the upper hatch, and he pushed through it, and the gravity absence took him immediately. He registered it as a physical fact before he registered it as information. The absence of weight, his body carrying the upward momentum of the ladder climb with nothing to arrest it, the effortless continued rise that a sealed environment with failed gravity produced when you stopped paying attention to which direction was down. He reached for the nearest wall, found it, pushed back toward the deck without engaging any powered system, and held himself in place with one hand gripping the ladder hatch frame while his body reoriented to the new rules of the space. Then he brought the lamp up, and the first sphere appeared in the beam, floating at approximately 1 meter above the deck. Perfectly spherical, the size of a closed fist, turning very slowly on a horizontal axis, catching the minimum beam and returning a dull, dark reflection from its surface. He tracked the lamp upward and found 3 more, one near the ceiling, 2 at mid-height between the upper berths, all of them drifting in the microcurrents of the corridor space, spinning slowly on their individual axes, each one maintaining its spherical form with the geometric precision of a fluid that had dried into its own surface tension and held that shape across 30 years of 0G and cold. There were many of them. His lamp moved slowly through the barracks corridor and found them at every level, near the deck, near the ceiling, clustered between the berths, and drifting in loose formations through the open space, some as small as a thumbnail, and some the size of a fist. The variance in size was consistent with an original event that had produced a range of droplet sizes which the 0G environment had suspended and the decades had desiccated into permanent spheres. They caught the minimum lamplight as they rotated, each one returning its dull reflection from a slightly different angle. the whole field of them moving in the slow, patient choreography of objects that had been drifting in an undisturbed space for a very long time. "Core deep," Cale said quietly, to the information. The crew came through the hatch behind him one by one, each one catching themselves on the hatch frame as the gravity absence registered, each one reorienting with one hand on a fixed surface before releasing into the controlled drift that moving in 0G without powered assist required. Ilara came through third, her minimum lamp adding a second narrow cone to the corridor's illumination, and she navigated forward with the careful economy of motion that the space demanded, pushing off fixed surfaces in controlled vectors, catching herself on the next fixed surface, moving through the sphere field without contacting any of them, her passage producing small air currents that set the nearest spheres spinning on new axes. She moved through them as though they were fragile. They were not fragile. They had held their form for 30 years and would hold it after she was gone, but she moved through them as though they were, which was its own kind of respect for what they had been before they were spheres. The rest of the crew followed her through the field with the same economy. Nobody spoke. The barracks berths on both sides held the personal effects of the original crew in the same 0G suspension as the spheres. A boot drifting near the ceiling, a folded garment turning slowly beside an upper berth, a handheld reader floating at chest height with its screen dark and its lanyard drifting behind it. Cale moved through all of it with his minimum lamp on the deck ahead of his feet and his free hand on the wall, and did not think about the people whose objects these were, because thinking about that consumed processing he needed for the captain's quarters at the end of the corridor, and the data terminal on the ship's manifest, and the incident record the terminal should carry if the cold storage had preserved the session. Captain's quarters. Separate compartment behind a closed hatch. The captain's nameplate still legible through the amber staining on the wall beside the door. He pulled himself along the wall to the hatch and held the frame while Ilara came up beside him and worked the mechanical latch. The hatch opened. The quarters beyond were small by civilian standards and standard by military ones. A bunk, a desk, a wall-mounted storage unit, the data terminal on the desk dark and silent. Personal effects in 0G suspension, the same patient drift as the corridor. A framed image rotating slowly beside the bunk, its subject not visible from the hatch. Ilara went straight to the terminal. Diagnostic cable to the data port. No response. She found the auxiliary power input on the rear panel, seeded the emergency cell from her kit, and the terminal ran its boot sequence. 30 years of cold storage produced a slow recall, the system working through its startup in the methodical order of a process that had no reason to hurry, because nothing had asked it to hurry for 3 decades. 90 seconds. The spheres outside the open hatch continued their drift in the corridor lamplight. The terminal displayed its last active session. Ilara ran the biometric bypass on the data lock, a lower security tier than the bulkhead override, designed for recovery rather than access control, and the lock released and the log opened. She read in silence. 2 full minutes, the crew held near the hatch, and Cale watched the expression the clinical register was working to contain, and watched the containment become progressively more effortful as she moved through the entries. The register was holding. The entries were making it work. "Incident log," she said. The analytical precision was present but carrying weight. Final entries begin 72 hours before the quarantine seal. Initial anomaly, unexplained energy deficit in the reactor output telemetry. Core at full operational capacity. Fuel consumption nominal, but measured output declining. 40% deficit over 6 hours. Leak? Kyle said. Engineering ran 3 independent sensor calibrations. All confirmed the deficit. The power was being generated. It was not reaching the distribution points. She scrolled. Hour 14. Crew members reporting the Braille on the walls, logged at that stage as unidentified stress fracturing. An engineering team was sent to assess. A pause with nothing clinical in it. The engineering team did not return. She scrolled. Hour 22. Output deficit at 73%. Full crew muster ordered. 31 crew members unaccounted for. She moved past the number without editorializing it. Out of a complement of 240, the quarters were very quiet. The turrets, Cale said, oriented inward by hour 26, The captain's log documents that understanding before we reached it. She kept scrolling. Hour 31. The captain manually activated the quarantine protocol on command-level credentials. The biometric lock and the full perimeter seal were deliberate. Not automated response, not system malfunction. She looked at him. The captain sealed the ship from the inside to prevent whatever was on this vessel from leaving it. Cale said nothing for a moment. He thought about the captain at this terminal, in this chair, in this small compartment, running the calculation, the output curve visible in the telemetry, 31 missing from a complement of 240, the engineering team gone, the turrets already oriented at the source, and arriving at the answer that the right thing to do was to lock the ship from the inside and accept what that decision meant for everyone still on the ship. He thought about what it cost to make that calculation and make it correctly and act on it anyway. Reactor telemetry, he said. Final reading before the seal. Ilara pulled the automated log from the terminal's secondary partition, the raw continuous sensor data that ran independently of the captain's manual entries, the reactor's own instruments logging until power cut. She found the final entry and loaded the output curve. She ran the rate of change calculation against the timeline. She looked at the depletion arc, the extraction accelerating as the draw continued, the rate increasing as the capacity of the thing feeding grew with each hour of uninterrupted input. She read it twice before she spoke. Final telemetry. Reactor output at 4% of rated capacity at the moment of the quarantine seal, she said. The depletion curve over the final 6 hours of operation is not consistent with any documented failure mode. Not mechanical failure, not fuel exhaustion, not cascade malfunction of any category in the engineering database. She pulled the rate of change graph onto the secondary display panel. The curve was clean and purposeful, not the irregular spiking pattern of a system failing under stress, but the smooth accelerating arc of a system being drained by something that was becoming more efficient at draining it as it consumed more of what it was draining. The depletion rate is consistent with a single sustained directed extraction applied to the reactor core. The rate increased as the draw continued. The source was growing in capacity as it fed. She lowered her hands from the terminal. The clinical register was doing everything it could do. She let it do what it could do and delivered the rest underneath it. Probability: this depletion profile represents a mechanical failure of any documented type, below 1%, confidence interval plus or minus 0.5. She looked at the spheres through the open hatch. The perfect dark globes rotating in the corridor lamplight, 30 years suspended and preserved in the gravity absence. Each one the record of a fraction of a second 30 years ago, when the ceiling became the floor and the floor ceased to matter. She looked at the rate of change curve on the display, the smooth, accelerating arc of something feeding. It wasn't a meltdown, she said. It was a feeding frenzy. Chapter 9. The Silent Core. The reactor shielding access hatch opened without resistance, and the cold that came through it was a different category of cold. Not the ambient cold of a vessel dead for 30 years in deep space. That cold Kyle had been managing since the outer airlock. The cold that pulled at the suit's thermal regulation and drained the battery at the elevated rate of a system working against a steady environmental deficit. He knew that cold. He had filed it, calibrated against it, factored it into every battery projection since the first corridor. This was not that cold. This came through the open hatch as a directed thing, a pressure, a weight, a thermal event that moved against the physics of the space rather than settling into them, flowing outward from the reactor chamber the way cold flowed away from a localized active source. It pressed against his visor and against the exposed seal at his collar and against the backs of his hands, and his suit's thermal regulation responded with the immediate full-draw engagement of a system encountering a load it had not been managing before. Battery at 46%. He stepped through the hatch. The reactor chamber was cathedral-sized. That was the word that arrived and that he held for a moment because it was accurate and because he had no more precise language for a space that was 60 meters across and 40 meters from deck to ceiling and contained, at its center, the twin housings of 2 military-grade hyper-reactors that should have been generating enough light and heat and radiation to make the room uninhabitable without shielding. The chamber's architectural scale was designed for that purpose. for the management of enormous energy output, for the engineering infrastructure of the ship's primary power systems, for the access corridors and maintenance platforms and monitoring stations required to operate two of the most powerful compact energy sources the military had ever commissioned. The room was dark, not dim. Dark in a way that absorbed his minimum lamp's beam before it reached the far wall, the light losing definition and resolution at approximately 15 meters and disappearing entirely beyond that, as though the air in the chamber had a quality that resisted the propagation of visible light rather than simply failing to reflect it. He had never seen light behave this way in an enclosed space. He stood at the hatch threshold and moved the minimum lamp in a slow arc, and watched the beam shorten as it approached the center of the room, the cone of illumination contracting rather than simply dimming, the light appearing to bend slightly toward the chamber's center before disappearing into the dark. He held the lamp steady on one bearing and watched the beam for 10 seconds. The light was bending, slowly, subtly, at a rate only visible when he held perfectly still and observed a fixed point at the edge of the beam's reach, a slight deflection, consistent in direction, toward the center of the room. "Alara," he said, barely above a breath. "Geiger." She had the radiation counter running before he finished. The instrument cycled through its measurement routine and displayed its result, and then the result did not change, because nothing was registering for it to change too. Kyle looked at the display she held toward him. The number on the screen, which was 0, sitting there with the unambiguous certainty of a calibrated instrument, reporting an accurate measurement from an exposed reactor core at a range of 30 meters. 0, no measurable ionizing radiation. No gamma output, no neutron flux. "Calibration," he said. "Confirmed," she said. The word came out below clinical, in the flat, careful range of a person who had confirmed the instrument was working and was now required to accept what the instrument was reporting. Source check completed before entry. Counter is functioning at nominal specification. Margin of error on a 0 reading is below 0.1%. He moved slowly along the chamber wall, keeping the surface within arm's reach, his minimum lamp aimed at the deck rather than the center of the room. The ozone was the heaviest concentration he had encountered on this vessel, a physical presence in the air, pressing at the back of the throat and the soft tissue of the nasal passages, the smell of something drawing on nearby circuitry at a sustained level that made every previous concentration on this vessel seem like a trace reading. His battery ticked from 46 to 45. He kept moving. "Thermal overlay," he said. Ilara switched the diagnostic array to heat mapping and ran the scan across the chamber. The overlay populated on her display, the chamber's thermal profile in false color, the walls appearing in the lower amber range consistent with the vessel's ambient temperature, the equipment housings in the blue range of the deep cold. At the center of the display, where the twin reactor housings should have been the hottest point in the room by an enormous margin, the thermal map showed a void, not a cool zone, a void, a localized area registering in the deepest blue of the scanner's range, the display rendering it as an absence, a place where the palette ran out of color for how cold the reading was. It occupied the center of the chamber at the reactor housing coordinates. It was large. The cold radiated outward from the center in the active, directed gradient of a source pulling heat inward rather than emitting it outward. "Temperature at the void boundary," Kale said. "Negative 131 degrees Celsius, Ilara said. Ambient chamber temperature outside the boundary is negative 94. The differential is 37 degrees across approximately 4 meters. She held the display steady. Probability this thermal profile is consistent with any documented passive physical process. Below 1%, confidence interval plus or minus 0.4. The cold zone is a sink. It is actively drawing thermal energy inward. He reached the maintenance platform at the chamber's midpoint, the elevated walkway running around the inner circumference of the room, providing access to the reactor monitoring stations. He gripped the railing with one hand and held the minimum lamp on its slow arc toward the center of the room. The battery indicator dropped 2 points in under 2 seconds. A spike, not a gradient. A sudden step change drained the suit's power management registered as a fault event, rather than a standard load condition. He looked at the reading. The draw rate was above anything he had been managing since the duct, significantly above it, and it was holding at the elevated level without returning to baseline. Something in this chamber was drawing on his battery at a rate that previous positions on this vessel had not produced. The ozone concentration his atmospheric sensor was logging had climbed past every previous high water mark and was still climbing, the display updating faster than he could read the increments. The charge in the air dense enough to taste on the back of the tongue with every controlled breath. "Batteries are bleeding out," he said. He kept his voice flat. "Slagged and dropping. Cut everything you're not using. Now." He heard the crew working through their systems behind him. Displays going dark, non-essential modules cutting out, the suits getting quieter as each draw source closed. He kept his eyes on the center of the chamber, on the deflection of the minimum lamp's beam, on the thermal void, on the irregular texture at the edge of the deflected light that was not the clean surface of reactor housing engineering or chamber wall or monitoring infrastructure. The plasma cutter on his right hip mount had a battery cell, an active battery cell, seated, powering the tool's standby systems, the safety interlock, the ready state indicator, the ignition circuit holding itself in passive readiness, a battery cell emitting the low electromagnetic signature of a standby system. A signal. In a chamber where the parasitic draw was running at this concentration, a standby signal from a powered tool was not a passive condition. It was an input. The battery cell in the plasma cutter heated. He felt it through the hip mount before his suit sensor flagged it, a sudden localized warmth at his right hip, the cell responding to a draw that was running directly through it, the parasitic feed hitting the standby circuit and pulling on it with the same appetite that had been pulling on their suit batteries since the duct but concentrated here, this close to the source, into something that operated on a different scale entirely. The standby circuit began to discharge under the load. The safety interlock on the cutter cycled, attempting to engage, finding insufficient power to hold the position, cycling again. The ignition circuit, designed to require a deliberate activation signal, began to respond to the draw as though that signal were present. The cutter was going to fire. An active plasma cutter in this chamber, an operational plasma burst in a space where the entity was feeding at this concentration, was a beacon, a meal, and a trap simultaneously. Cal grabbed the cutter from the hip mount with his left hand and ejected the battery cell in the same motion, the release catch throwing the cell clear of the tool, the cell dropping to the chamber deck with a flat metallic ring and rolling toward the wall. The ignition circuit died without its power source. The warmth at his hip faded. He held the dead tool in his hand for a moment and then set it against the railing and left it there. "Core deep. Drop the cells," he said. "Anything with a battery seated, eject it. Leave the cells on the deck. Keep only what's in your suit's main pack." He heard the sounds of cells being released behind him. The soft multiple impacts of power sources hitting the chamber deck, the suits going darker, the draw on each suit's main battery easing as the secondary sources closed. He kept his eyes forward. He kept his minimum lamp on the bearing toward the center of the room. The battery indicator steadied, the active spike leveled. The ozone reading held at its maximum value and stopped climbing. He held the minimum lamp on the bearing and looked at the surface at the edge of the deflected beam, the irregular, fleshy texture of something that had not been manufactured or installed but had grown into its current position over a very long time, coiling tighter with each year of feeding, integrating itself around the twin reactor housings until the distinction between the mass and the thing it was wrapped around had become difficult to locate. He looked at the scale of it in relation to the reactor housing footprint. The twin hyper-reactors in their cylindrical shielding assemblies, each 4 meters in diameter and 8 meters tall, positioned at the chamber's center on a hardened baseplate 12 meters across. The surface was larger than the assemblies, significantly larger. The irregular profile extended above the height the reactor housings should have occupied and extended laterally past the footprint in every direction the deflected light could partially resolve. Whatever was at the center of this chamber occupied more space than the twin reactor housings. It was around the reactors. on the outside of the reactor housings, coiled around both assemblies simultaneously, the profile describing a mass that had wrapped itself around the twin cores and had been at rest in that configuration for long enough that the chamber's physics had reorganized around its presence. The Geiger counter reading 0 because the radiation the cores generated was being absorbed at the source. The thermal sink because the mass was consuming warmth as it consumed everything else. The light bending because the draw was dense enough at close range to curve the beam toward it before the photons could propagate. The plasma cutter cell discharging on his hip because the concentration here, this close to the mass and the cores it was feeding on, had reached a level where any powered source in proximity was subject to immediate direct draw, regardless of whether it was actively operating. He looked at the Geiger counter. 0. He looked at the thermal void on Ilara's display, the cold spot at the center of the room that was not cold at all but was the absence of every form of energy the reactors produced, consumed before it could reach the instruments that measured it or the air that carried it. He kept his hand on the railing. He kept his breathing at the rate of a man keeping the rate controlled because the rate was the only thing currently available to him that was fully under his authority. "There's something on the core," he said. The minimum lamp's beam bent toward it and disappeared. Chapter 10. The Awakening. The mass moved. There was no warning that preceded it. No escalating vibration, no change in the ozone concentration, no acoustic precursor of the kind that had been announcing the entity's presence through the deck plating since the anteroom. One moment the irregular surface was at the edge of the deflected lamp beam, patient and still, coiled around the twin reactor housings in the configuration it had occupied for 30 years. The next moment it was not still. The sound it made when it detached from the cores was the loudest thing Cale had heard since the bulkhead doors came down at the junction. A wet, massive, structural sound. The sound of something with significant biological mass releasing its grip on two cylindrical housings 8 meters tall, the adhesion breaking across the full contact surface simultaneously, the release producing a pressure wave that moved through the chamber air and hit Cale's suit across every sealed surface at once. His ears registered the compression before the suit sensors did. His vision blurred briefly from the overpressure. Then the reactor spoke. For 30 years, the twin hypercores at the center of this chamber had been generating thermal output at their rated capacity, and for 30 years every joule of that output had been absorbed by the mass coiled around them before it could propagate into the chamber air. The thermal void had not been the entity's natural condition. It had been a consequence of the entity's appetite, a hole in the room's thermal landscape shaped exactly like the thing feeding at the center of it. The moment the mass detached, the absorption stopped. The full unshielded thermal output of 2 military-grade hyper-reactors, 30 years of suppressed energy, suddenly released into the chamber air, with nothing between the cores and the surrounding space, flooded the room. The temperature at Cale's suit sensors went from -94 degrees to a reading his thermal regulation could not process in under 2 seconds. The regulation emergency switched into cooling mode and could not keep up. The heat pressed against his visor and against his collar seal and against the backs of his hands, not the directed cold pressure of the thermal sink, but the omnidirectional, overwhelming warmth of a heat source that had been dammed for 3 decades and was now running free. "Thermal optics," Ilara said. Her voice had lost both registers. "Don't activate thermal." Harrow activated his thermal optics. The visor display on Harrow's suit went white. The thermal imaging system, designed to operate in environments where heat sources fell within biological and mechanical norms, encountered the full unshielded output of 2 hyper-reactor cores at 30 meters and defaulted to maximum display value across every pixel simultaneously. Not the entity. The entity remained what it had always been on thermal imaging, a moving cold void, a hole in the heat map, a thing that absorbed rather than emitted. The whiteout was the reactor, freed at last from the thing that had been drinking it for 30 years, finally and completely visible. Harrow made a sound and reached for his visor controls with the disoriented movements of a person whose visual input had gone to pure white and had not come back. "Cut the optics," Cale said. His voice came out flat. "Harrow, kill them, now." He heard the inputs being worked, Heard the optics cycling off. Heard Harrow's breathing, which was wrong, fast, irregular, the specific pattern that the entity had demonstrated in the engineering deck it could recognize and reproduce and use. He filed the sound the way he filed every sound on this vessel. "Slow your breathing," he said. "Harrow, slow it." The mass was moving. He could not see it. His own optics were off. He had not made Harrow's mistake. And in the optics off condition, the entity was invisible to him. A cold void in a chamber now filled with the reactor's heat. A moving absence in a space his instruments were struggling to process. But he could hear it. The air displacement of a large biological mass moving through an enclosed space produced compression waves, and the compression waves were coming from the direction of the reactor housings and moving toward the maintenance platform, toward the suits, toward the batteries, toward the signals. Battery indicator, 38%. Dropping at the fastest rate he had logged since boarding. The ozone was overwhelming. Not a smell anymore, but a sensation. The charge in the air dense enough to produce a low-level prickling across the exposed skin at his collar and behind his ears. Every active system on his suit was emitting. The main battery pack in his dorsal housing was emitting. 6 main battery packs in 6 suit dorsal housings were emitting. 6 signals in a chamber with something that located prey by signal. "Drop the batteries," he said. "All of them. Main packs out." He was already reaching for his own dorsal housing, fingers finding the emergency release catch on the main battery mount. "It tracks the power." "Main packs power the suits," Marin said. "Drop the slagged packs." He threw the emergency release and pulled the main battery pack free. 10 centimeters of dense lithium cells, warm from 38% of a full charge, emitting the electromagnetic signature of a large active power source, and held it in his hand for the fraction of a second it took to locate the maintenance platform's edge. He set it on the railing. He let it go. He heard it fall into the dark space below the platform without waiting for it to land. The suit went quiet. The thermal regulation cut. The HUD display went dark. The servo assistance in his gauntlet stopped, and his hands felt the sudden additional weight of the suit's passive resistance on every movement. The minimum lamp, running from the main pack, went out. Complete darkness. He heard the crew working their releases in sequence. The sounds of battery packs being ejected, the suits going quiet one by one, the lamps going out, the chamber going darker with each pack that dropped until the darkness was total. 6 people in suits running on residual charge only, no active electromagnetic output, no thermal regulation output, no signal of any kind that the entity's sensory range could locate, and the sound of the mass moving. Closer than it had been, the compression waves more pronounced. The heat from the reactor still flooding the chamber air, but the cold void of the entity's own body moving through that heat on its bearing toward the maintenance platform, toward the coordinates where the signals had been, pressing the warmer air aside as it moved, the displacement producing a pressure differential that Cale could feel against his suit as a slow, advancing wave. He held perfectly still. He held his breathing at the rate of a man choosing the rate deliberately. The compression wave from the mass's movement passed the maintenance platform. He felt it as a pressure change against his suit. The air displaced by the mass moving past at a distance he could not determine in the complete dark, close enough that he could feel the chill of it through the reactor's ambient heat, the entity's cold body temperature registering as a local temperature drop against the flooded warmth of the chamber. Close. The cold passed in approximately 3 seconds and moved on, the bearing continuing past the platform toward the far wall of the chamber, the compression waves diminishing with distance. Past, not stopping. Continuing on the bearing it had been running since the mass detached, toward the signals that were no longer there, toward the coordinates where 6 battery packs had been broadcasting their electromagnetic output until he had dropped them into the dark below the platform. He let 2 full intervals of the patrol pattern pass before he breathed out fully. "Elara," he said. Below a whisper. "Hatch location." "Behind us," she said at the same level. "Starboard wall, 15 meters. The Braille is on the wall." "Yes." He understood what she was saying. The Braille was on every surface of this vessel. The reactor chamber walls were mapped floor to ceiling in the 7-element sequence, the same sequence he had been reading by touch since the duct junction, the same geometry the entity had pressed into every transited surface for 30 years. The direction the sequence ran told you which way the passages went. He had learned the direction by feel in the duct and had been using it since, and the hatch was 15 meters along the starboard wall in the direction the sequence ran toward the reactor corridor. He let the third interval pass, located the maintenance platform railing by touch, followed the railing to the platform edge, stepped off onto the chamber deck and reached for the starboard wall. His glove found the surface. He pressed his fingers into it and felt the 7-element sequence. Short, short, long, short, long, long, short, running along the wall in the direction of the hatch. He began to move, fingers in the grooves. Weight shifted forward in the careful, deliberate pace of someone not running, the Braille leading him through the complete dark toward the exit, the same map the entity used to navigate this space running under his fingertips, carrying him in the direction it had always been pointing. The mass moved on its interval in the dark behind him. 4 seconds, 8 seconds of listening silence. Cale moved in the 8 seconds and held in the 4, navigating in the gaps between the entity's presence the way you navigated any hazard, by understanding its rhythm before you committed your weight to the next step. Move, he said into the dark to the crew. Hands on the wall. Follow the pattern. Move in the silence. Hold in the interval. He heard them finding the wall behind him, heard gloved hands pressing into the Braille, heard the careful movement of people navigating by touch in complete darkness, following the entity's own map toward the exit the entity had used and mapped and pressed into the metal of this chamber over 30 years of transiting it. 15 meters of wall reading in the complete dark. The 7-element sequence consistent and reliable under his fingers, the geometry carrying him forward through the darkness the way it had been designed to carry something through darkness. Not designed for him, not designed for any of them, but usable, the map indifferent to who was reading it as long as they read it correctly. The hatch frame found his outstretched hand at the end of the 15 meters, solid and cold, the mechanical latch exactly where the map said the wall ended. He held the latch. He turned to face the dark of the chamber behind him and listened to the mass moving through it on its interval, the compression waves tracking through the chamber air, the cold void of it displacing the reactor's warmth as it passed, blind and patient and navigating by the same geometry his fingers had just read off the wall. Ilara came up beside him in the dark. He could hear her breathing, controlled, measured, the clinical register applied to the one function she had left to regulate. She pressed her hand against the wall beside the hatch frame, and he knew she was feeling the Braille there too, the sequence running under her fingers, the same way it had run under his. "Kyle," she said. Very quiet, the sound of someone who has been assembling a conclusion across 15 meters of blind navigation and has arrived at it. The Braille on the chamber walls, every surface, the reactor corridor, the duct network, the thoroughfare, every space it has ever transited on this vessel, mapped to this precision. She pressed her fingers into the grooves. We used it to escape. We read its map and it carried us out. A pause. It mapped every entrance, every exit, every choke point between the outer airlock and the core chamber. Another pause. The Braille was never just navigation for the entity. He waited. "It's not just a map," she said. "It's an instruction manual." The mass moved in the dark behind them on its 4-second interval, reading the same surfaces they had just read, following the same geometry toward the same hatch, patient and blind and completely at home in the dark it had been living in for 30 years. Kyle threw the latch and pulled the hatch open and moved the crew through it. Chapter 11. Kinetic Feedback. The entity filled the reactor chamber the way water fills a container, completely, pressing against the geometry of the space with the patient certainty of something that had been the primary occupant of this room for 30 years and understood its dimensions without measuring them. Cale had his back against the maintenance platform railing and his hands on the railing and nothing else. No lamp, no active systems, no battery pack. The suit running on residual charge, the passive insulation holding for now. The atmospheric sensor on minimum draw, registering the ozone at a level, His body was interpreting as a physical pressure at the back of the throat and the soft tissue behind his ears. The entity was between the crew and the reactor chamber hatch. The hatch they had come through. The only exit from the reactor chamber in the direction of the access corridor, and every space between this room and the outer airlock. The entity had moved to that position in the time it had taken the crew to press themselves against the far wall of the chamber, away from the cores, and the entity had done it without appearing to hurry. It was between them and the exit. It was in no hurry. It was home. The unshielded reactor cores were still running behind the mass at the center of the room. 4% of rated capacity, the output that had sustained the entity through 30 years of quarantine isolation, now propagating freely into the chamber air for the first time since the entity had coiled itself around the housings. The chamber was warmer than any other space on the vessel. The warmth felt wrong in the way that all warmth on this ship felt wrong. Not the warmth of an environment that was safe, but the warmth of something large and metabolically active radiating body heat into a closed space. Cale ran the geometry in the dark. 60 meters across, 40 meters deck to ceiling, one exit behind the entity. The entity's mass, as he had read it in the fragmentary light of the minimum lamp before the pack dropped, large enough to coil around both hyper-reactor housings simultaneously, each housing 4 meters in diameter and 8 meters tall. 30 years of feeding at 4% rated output had produced a mass sufficient to fill that configuration and press against the chamber ceiling simultaneously. He had read its profile in the deflected light, and he had felt the scale of it in the architecture of the space it occupied, and he filed both readings now in the cold dark and looked at the number they produced. They were inside the entity's territory. The entity was between them and the outside of its territory. The entity was not in any state that the word trapped applied to. He listened to it move. The compression waves it produced when it displaced the chamber air, slower now than the initial transit from the cores. The patrol behavior replaced by something more deliberate. The movement of a thing that had located the residual signals of 6 suits on passive draw and was following those signals toward their source. Microsignals, the baseline electromagnetic output of sealed suit systems at minimum function. Small but not zero, and not zero was sufficient. "Vaughn," Cale said. He shaped the word below a breath, produced at a level that carried 2 meters in the chamber air without propagating further. The cutter, hand assembly. He heard Vaughn process the instruction, heard the structural cutter being repositioned from its deadweight carry, the battery cell long since ejected in the chamber entry sequence, the tool passive and cold, the heavy rotary blade assembly motionless. He heard the manual clutch being engaged, the hand drive mechanism that spun the blade on physical force alone, the cutting head winding up on the energy Vaughn's hands and shoulders and back were feeding into it. The sound of the blade reaching operating speed was the loudest thing in the chamber that did not belong to the entity. A high, tight mechanical frequency that Kyle felt as vibration through the deck plating before he heard it in the air. No battery, no electromagnetic signal, no draw current for the entity to detect and follow. A mechanical tool with no power source produced neither of the signatures the entity hunted by. Produced only the physical rotation of hardened steel, the kinetic energy of mass in motion, the cutting teeth of an assembly rated for military hull plate, working on the energy of one man's arms. He did not think the cutter would stop it. He thought the cutter would demonstrate something, and demonstration was the only resource they had left that did not require a battery cell to operate. "Strip down to the blade," Cale said. "Drive it hard. Everything you've got, no holding back. Don't let go when it feels stripped." He kept his voice at the 2-meter carry level, the salvage register running flat and operational in the dark. "When the blade's in, you drive harder." He heard Vaughn breathing in the dark, the specific pattern of a man who has decided, the rate controlled, the decision made and filed, and the body working the problem. He heard Vaughn move off the far wall. The cutter made contact. He knew it by the sound. The change in the blade's rotation frequency when the cutting head met resistance. The acoustic signature of a tool engaging material. The high-frequency vibration transmitted through the deck plating to the soles of Cale's boots, shifting into the deeper register of a blade working against density. The sound was not metal on metal. Denser, the teeth biting into material that yielded under load rather than fracturing. The blade driving in rather than skating. The cutting head doing what it was rated to do against material that was harder than rated and yielding anyway. For 3 seconds it appeared to work. The cutting frequency steady and deep. Vaughn driving the manual clutch at full effort. The tool at its rating and functioning. He heard the involuntary vocalization from Vaughn. Not language, the sound a man makes when he is applying everything physical to a task, and the task is responding to it. And he heard the blade drive deeper, and he held his back against the railing and let Vaughn drive it, because 3 seconds of progress was 3 seconds more than he had calculated. Then the frequency changed. A gradual shift, not a sudden stop, not a seizure. The blade still rotating and Vaughn still driving the clutch and the mechanical assembly still functioning exactly at its design parameters, but the acoustic signature of the operation moving from cutting to something else. The sound of a blade that was no longer advancing through material despite the full effort of the man behind it. The material at the contact point yielding differently, moving with the blade rather than against it. The rotational energy of the cutting head transmitting into the biological mass at the contact zone and not converting into cutting work. Converting into heat. Converting into kinetic transfer. Converting into the entity's metabolic input through the same mechanism that had been converting every electromagnetic and thermal signal in this chamber into the entity's metabolic input for 30 years. The scale of the tool and the force of one man's arms, making no difference to a process that operated with equal efficiency on a hand tool, as on a plasma cutter cell, as on a hyper-reactor's full-rated output. The cutter was not cutting. The cutter was feeding it. Vaughn. Kyle started. He heard the impact before he finished the word. The mass at the contact point shifting. Not withdrawing. Not the recoil of a thing that had been hurt. A slow redistribution of the energy Vaughn had been delivering through the cutter for the past 17 seconds. The accumulated kinetic input of 17 seconds of full-effort manual drive, applied back along the cutter's body into the handle, into Vaughn's arms, and through Vaughn's arms into his chest and shoulders, and the decision to hold on was no longer available to him, because the force that arrived was not a force his grip could contest. Vaughn hit the chamber wall, far wall, 8 meters from the contact point. The trajectory consistent with a transfer event rather than a push, the energy returning along the exact vector it had entered, delivered without apparent deliberation, the entity redirecting what it had been given with the complete efficiency of a process that did not distinguish between storing energy and returning it. He stayed up, one hand on the wall. The cutter gone from his grip, landed somewhere on the chamber deck in the dark, the blade still spinning on the residual momentum of the manual clutch. The mechanical assembly continuing its rated operation against nothing, and the entity was larger. Cale felt this before he confirmed it. The displacement of the chamber air was different. The compression waves the entity produced when it moved carrying more volume than they had carried before Vaughn drove the cutter into it. The acoustic presence of the mass in the space around him had expanded. He ran the comparison against the profile he had read in the deflected lamp beam 30 minutes ago. The irregular surface extending past the reactor housing footprint in every direction, and the profile was larger now. 17 seconds of kinetic input. The rotational energy of a military-rated cutting head at full manual drive. The force of one man's full physical effort sustained across 17 seconds of maximum application. All of it absorbed, and the entity had grown. He held his back against the railing. He held the information in the dark, and ran it forward, and arrived at the place the information led. The entity grew when it fed. This was established. 30 years on a reactor at 4% output, the scale of the mass in this chamber, the arithmetic of sustained feeding compounded over time. That information was old. The new information was what constituted feeding. Plasma rounds from the turrets in the staging bay, a plasma cutter cell discharging in the chamber, the kinetic and rotational energy of a mechanical cutting tool driven by one man's arms. The entity had treated all of these inputs identically, as sources, as fuel, as material for absorption and conversion and growth. Every attack was a meal. He stayed against the railing in the dark and felt the chamber air move as the entity shifted position, and thought about every defensive option remaining in the inventory of 6 people on residual suit charge in an enclosed space. And he thought about the mechanism by which each option would be delivered. And he thought about what the mechanism had in common with everything else they had attempted. Force, energy. Kinetic or thermal or electromagnetic, delivered to the entity by some form of physical action in the entity's direction. And every form of physical action in the entity's direction was a form of feeding it, and the entity had 30 years of practice at being in an enclosed space with things that tried to stop it, and growing larger from the attempt. He said it, not for Alara and her probability assessments, and not for Vaughn still against the far wall getting his breath back, and not for any operational reason, because there was no operational reason remaining that required the information to be spoken aloud. He said it because it was the true thing, and the true thing needed to exist in language before anything else could follow it. It doesn't just eat power, Kyle said. It eats kinetic energy. He kept his voice flat. He kept his back against the railing. Every attack is a meal. The chamber held the statement in its hot dark, and the entity moved in the space between the crew and the exit, and the reactor cores ran at 4% behind it, patient and steady, the way they had been running for 30 years. Chapter 12. The Drydock Compromised. The dropped battery packs were still on the chamber floor. He had thrown his own off the maintenance platform railing when the entity first surged toward the signals. The 10-centimeter block of dense lithium cells, warm from 38% of a full charge, landing on the chamber deck below the platform and rolling toward the wall. The rest of the crew had ejected theirs in sequence. 6 main battery packs, scattered across the chamber floor in the dark, each one sitting cold and quiet on the deck plating with whatever charge remained in them at the moment of ejection. Whatever charge remained. He ran the arithmetic in the dark. A main pack at 38% depletion ejected and then drawing down under the entity's parasitic feed. But the entity had moved toward the crew's position immediately after the packs dropped, following the residual output of the passive suit systems rather than the packs on the floor. The packs losing the entity's attention the moment the crew's residual output provided a closer and more responsive signal. The parasitic draw on the packs had lasted seconds before the entity redirected. The packs on the chamber floor had been sitting untouched since then, their remaining charge intact. Partial charge. 6 partial charge battery packs distributed across the chamber floor between the maintenance platform and the reactor housing coordinates. Each one a concentrated electromagnetic source, significantly more powerful than the residual output of 6 suits on passive draw, positioned between the entity's current location and the hatch that was the only exit from this room. Elara, he said, at the 2-meter carry level. Diagnostic array. Lowest active pulse, the kind that reads battery cell charge state. Range on that function. The charge state pulse reads accurately at up to 8 meters, she said, below clinical, tracking the application ahead of the question. At 8 meters from a cell, the pulse activates the status circuit for approximately 3 seconds per interrogation cycle. If the cell has remaining charge, the status circuit broadcasts that charge at low power for the 3-second window. Combined output from 6 cells activated simultaneously, significantly above the entity's current signal environment. Probability the entity reorients toward the activated cells rather than our position. 87%. Confidence interval plus or minus 4. The other 13. The entity ignores the output and continues toward us. He filed the 13%. 13% was the number you accepted when it was the best available and the alternative was 100. 1 pulse, he said. You pulse the cell cluster and we go through the hatch. Don't wait for confirmation. Ready, she said. He moved the crew to the hatch by feel and the Braille, the same below signal pace, each foot placement tested before weight was committed, the entity's compression waves centered on the reactor housing coordinates and not shifting. He found the hatch frame and got his hand on the latch. Pulse, he said. The diagnostic array emitted, the brief interrogation pulse propagating toward the battery pack cluster on the chamber floor below the maintenance platform, reaching the status circuits of every cell within its beam radius and activating them simultaneously. 6 cells broadcasting their charge state in the low-power 3-second window, the combined output concentrating at the chamber floor between the hatch and the reactor housings, the signal significantly above everything else in the current electromagnetic landscape of the room. The entity's compression waves shifted. The bearing moved from the reactor housing coordinates toward the cell cluster, the entity reorienting with the immediate, purposeful efficiency of a thing that tracked power for a living. "Move," Kale said. He threw the latch and pulled the hatch and moved through it and moved the crew through it behind him and pulled the hatch closed. He listened through the closed hatch. The entity's compression waves reached him as diminished structural vibration, present, active, centered on the cell cluster coordinates. Not at the hatch. He gave it 4 seconds. The vibration stayed where it was. "Anteroom," he said. "Now, quiet." They moved through the reactor access corridor at the fastest viable pace, not the full sprint, the boot contact discipline still necessary this close to the chamber, and reached the anteroom hatch at the end of the corridor in under 2 minutes. He got the crew through it and into the anteroom and pulled the hatch behind them and held it in the closed position with his weight and stood in the dark of the anteroom and took stock. The anteroom was the space directly adjacent to the reactor access corridor, the staging and equipment hold that sat between the reactor level and the primary thoroughfare, the compartment they had transited on the inbound without lingering in. He had noted on the inbound that it held a wall-mounted systems terminal, one of several distributed maintenance panels that ran on the auxiliary power splice, the kind of low-draw monitoring station that the ship's engineering infrastructure maintained throughout the vessel to allow remote system oversight from multiple positions. The terminal was on the port wall. He had noted it and moved past it because they had been moving toward the reactor and not toward data. He was not moving toward the reactor now. "Elara," he said. "The terminal on the port wall. Can you pull comms traffic from it?" He heard her moving in the dark to the port wall, finding the terminal by touch, running the connection cable from her diagnostic array to the terminal's data port. The terminal had no display power, running on the auxiliary splice at minimum draw, the screen dark, but the data connection functional, the monitoring station logging the system environment it was assigned to observe. "Connection established," she said. "The terminal has access to the ship's comms infrastructure monitoring layer, the system that tracks signal traffic on the vessel's hardline and wireless comms architecture." She ran the query. A pause. "There is active traffic on the comms network." "We're the only active comms on this vessel," Marin said. "We are not transmitting," Elara said. "We have not been transmitting since the quarantine protocol cut our hardline in Chapter 5. She read the traffic data on her array's display. "The active traffic is outbound. It is being transmitted from this vessel through the primary comms hardline." Another pause. Longer. The data requiring more processing than a single reading. The primary comms hardline was severed by the quarantine tension event. The terminal's logs confirmed the severance. It was flagged as a critical infrastructure failure at the moment it occurred, and has been logged as non-functional since then. She looked at the log. The log entry for non-functional status closed 47 minutes ago. The hardline is functional again. It has been transmitting for 47 minutes. The anteroom was very quiet. "What is it transmitting?" Kale said. She ran the signal analysis. The diagnostic array worked through the frequency and dynamic range profile of the outbound transmission, characterizing the content by its acoustic structure, identifying the signal category by the parameters that distinguished one type of transmission from another. She read the analysis output. She read it again. "Audio," she said. "The transmission content is structured audio with the frequency and dynamic range profile of recorded human vocal output." She held the display. "The array's voice print analysis identifies the source profiles. The transmission is composed of audio segments recorded from our comms exchanges and open-channel suit audio over the course of our time aboard this vessel." She looked at the display for a moment longer than the data required. "It is broadcasting our voices, our distress exchanges, Our comms traffic from the inbound transit and the subsequent hours. A pause. Structured and sequenced to present as a live distress call. He stood in the anteroom in the dark and held the closed hatch at his back and ran the implication forward. The severed hardline had been repaired 47 minutes ago, while the crew was in the reactor chamber, while Vaughn was driving the structural cutter into the entity's mass and the false victory was playing out, while the entity was absorbing every joule of kinetic input and growing on it. The hardline that had gone dead in the quarantine snap event had been physically rejoined. Rejoined from inside the vessel, at a splice point somewhere in the comms conduit network that ran through the walls of this corridor and this anteroom, by something that had found the severed cable ends in the dark and had understood what they were and had pressed them back into contact. The hardline ran to Drydock 9. The Drydock was a major station node. The pre-mission brief had specified it as a high-density power infrastructure point, a high-traffic docking facility, a location where vessels docked and departed and received transmissions from vessels in the surrounding void. A distress call received at a station node of that traffic volume would generate a response. Ships would respond. Ships with crews and power systems and the electromagnetic output of operational vessels coming in on approach. He thought about the SOS beacon in the engineering deck. Jenkins' frequency, the frantic distress loop that had pulled his crew through the pipe maze and into the trap in the engineering space. The beacon had been powered by the entity and constructed from the audio of the crew it had already taken. The beacon had brought his crew deeper into the vessel. The beacon had worked. This was the same mechanism, the same trap, the hardline as the new beacon, the dry dock as the new kill corridor, whatever ships responded to the transmission as the new salvage crews walking in through the new airlock. But the SOS beacon in the engineering deck had a range of a few hundred meters in a single compartment of a sealed vessel. The comms hardline had a range of light minutes. The comms hardline reached the inner colony's power grid. He thought about what it took to repair a severed comms hardline from inside a dark vessel without tools or knowledge of comms engineering. He thought about 30 years of navigating this vessel by pressing the body against every surface and reading the geometry by touch. He thought about a thing that had lived inside the walls of this vessel for 3 decades, learning what every conduit and cable and junction in those walls carried and what happened when one of them was severed. He thought about the entity finding the separated cable ends in the dark and understanding their function with the same patient tactile intelligence that had mapped every corridor of this vessel in Braille, and had learned to use the PA system to broadcast heartbeats, and had constructed a distress beacon from the voices of a crew it had consumed. He thought about what 30 years of isolation produced in a thing that learned by contact. He took his hand off the hatch. He stood in the anteroom with the comms hardline humming in the walls around him, the vibration of an active outbound transmission carrying the recorded voices of his crew through the vessel's conduit network and out through the hull breach and across the void to the dry dock's receiver array, patient and continuous. The entity holding the cable ends in contact somewhere in the dark of the conduit space above the anteroom ceiling. Broadcasting. Waiting for what the broadcast would bring. He thought about the SOS beacon range, a few hundred meters, one compartment, enough to draw a 6-person salvage crew deeper into the vessel. He thought about the comms hardline range, light minutes, the inner colony's power grid, every ship in docking range of the station that received the transmission. He thought about the dry dock's grid connection and the grid connection's reach, and what was on the other end of that reach, and what the entity had demonstrated it could do with a power source once it had a connection to it. "It doesn't just want our ship," Cale said. "It's plugging itself into the station." Chapter 13, Zero G Trap. The lifeboat bays were on the vessel's upper deck, 3 levels above the anteroom, accessible via the emergency egress ladder network that ran the full height of the ship's habitable structure, in a series of vertical shafts positioned at regular intervals along the primary thoroughfare. Standard military spec escape pods, self-contained, with independent propulsion and enough range to reach the dry dock's outer docking ring without drawing on the carrier's systems. Independent propulsion meant independent power cells. Independent power cells meant they could launch without feeding the vessel. That was the theory. "Move," Cale said. "Upper deck. Egress ladder at the thoroughfare junction. 30 meters forward. We go up, and we go fast. He ran his residual projection as he moved through the anteroom hatch and into the primary thoroughfare. Main pack separation with 38% charge remaining. Passive draw on residual suit systems since then, the atmospheric monitoring and seal integrity and minimal insulation running continuously, the diagnostic array on Alara's forearm consuming its own separate charge at the minimum draw, setting she had maintained throughout. He estimated 12 minutes of residual suit function remaining before the passive systems began to fail in sequence. Atmospheric monitoring first, then seal integrity warnings. Then the suit becoming a sealed but unmonitored container. 12 minutes. The emergency egress ladder was where the schematic said it was. A vertical shaft in the starboard wall of the primary thoroughfare, the access panel mechanical, the shaft rising through 3 deck levels in a series of 12-meter vertical sections with a landing platform at each level. He got the crew into the shaft and started climbing. The first 12 meters were standard, cold rungs in the dark, shaft walls close. His boot contacts kept as quiet as the pace permitted. He cleared the first landing platform and kept moving without stopping, because stopping consumed time, and time was what he had least of. He heard the crew on the rungs below him, the sounds of 6 people climbing in a vertical shaft with urgency and discipline in constant negotiation with each other. He was 6 rungs from the second landing platform when the auxiliary power died. Not a gradual fade, not the step decline of a depleting power source running through its final percentage points. A cut, instantaneous, total, the complete cessation of every system the auxiliary splice had been running since the team's power connection on the inbound transit. The low-level electromagnetic hum that had been present in every surface and wall and conduit of this vessel since the restart went silent. In the same instant the lights would have gone out if there had been any lights. Every system on the vessel offline simultaneously, including the gravity plating. Zero-G hit the shaft like a physical event. His body, mid-climb, weight distributed across boot contacts on the rung below, and hands gripping the rung at chest height, became weightless in the time it took the gravity field to dissipate from the plating, which was no time at all, the field collapsing instantaneously with the power, the transition from 1G to 0 offering nothing gradual to compensate against. His boots left the rung surface the moment the downward force that had been pressing them against it ceased to exist. His hands on the upper rung, which had been gripping against the pull of his body weight, were now gripping against nothing, against the slight momentum of the climb, against the tendency of a body in free space to continue in the direction it had last been moving. He tightened his grip on the rung and pressed himself against the ladder and held. From below him in the shaft came the sounds of the crew managing the same transition, each of them mid-climb at different positions on the rungs when the field cut, each of them reorienting from the muscle memory of standard ladder climbing to the zero-G discipline of holding position on a fixed surface with no gravitational assistance. He heard gauntlets grabbing for rungs. He heard the involuntary sounds of bodies that had been relying on gravity to define their orientation suddenly deprived of that definition. He heard Cess make a sound. Then Cess stopped making sounds. Zero-G did not make falling impossible. Zero-G made falling a function of momentum rather than gravity. A body moving in a direction with nothing to arrest, that movement continued in that direction until something stopped it. Cess had been mid-reach between rungs when the field cut, arm extended toward the upper rung, boot contact on the lower rung already lifting for the next step. The climbing posture that committed weight to a transfer that the gravity field had made safe and the zero-G transition had made catastrophic. The momentum of the climb carried the body upward along the shaft, upward in the orientation the gravity field had defined, which was now simply a direction, and past the rungs that were no longer anchored in any meaningful gravitational relationship to the body moving past them, and into the open shaft above the uppermost rung Cess had passed, and then out through the upper access of the shaft into the open deck space above. In zero-G, out of the shaft, in open deck space with no wall and no rung and no surface within reach, a body in free space with the momentum of a ladder climb and nothing to arrest it, moved until it reached a surface. The surface it reached was the one at the upper extent of the deck space. He heard the impact. He held the rung. He did not look up. Nothing useful was available in looking up. "Status," he said. "Holding," Harrow said. "Present." The tight, controlled voice of a man whose hands were on a rung. "Holding," Marin said. "Vaughn, holding, both hands, holding. Alara." "Holding," she said. The register below clinical, the foundation-level delivery. "I have a grip on the second landing platform grating. Both hands, I'm stable." 4 voices. He counted them and filed the count and did not produce another count to compare them to. "We keep climbing," he said. 0G, hand over hand on the rungs. 1 contact point maintained at all times. We don't push off. If you lose contact with the ladder and open shaft, you have nothing to grab until you reach the upper deck or a platform. We go slow and we go continuous. He demonstrated by moving, releasing his lower hand grip on the rung, reaching it toward the next rung up, establishing the grip, releasing the upper hand grip, reaching it further, the hand over hand of 0G ladder transit that prioritized maintained contact over pace. No momentum, no committed transfers, no position that required gravity to make safe. He moved upward through the shaft and heard the crew following him rung by rung in the dark. The second landing platform arrived at the count of 12 rungs. He found the platform grating by touch and gripped it and oriented himself against it in the 0G floating posture that keeping contact with a surface required when there was no gravity to press you against the surface. 1 hand gripping the grating, body at a right angle to the platform surface, free hand ready to grip the next ladder section's entry point. He waited for the crew to reach the platform. He counted them as they arrived by touch and sound. 4. All 4. He found the second shaft section entry and kept moving. The second section was 12 more rungs of hand over hand in the dark, slower than the first, the 0G discipline consuming pace in exchange for the certainty of contact. He reached the third landing platform and gripped the grating and waited. 4 crew members reached the platform. He counted them against the side of the platform grating by the sounds of their arrival, and found 4 and moved to the third shaft section and the upper deck. He was 8 rungs from the upper deck access hatch when Harrow's grip slipped. He heard it, the specific sound of a gauntlet losing its friction purchase on a cold metal rung, the absence of the controlled hand placement sound replaced by a scrape and a sharp expulsion of breath. He heard Harrow's free hand grab for the next rung and miss in the dark, the reach slightly wrong in the 0G orientation, where the body's spatial calibration for rung position was operating without the gravitational reference that the calibration had been built on. He heard the momentum of the slip carrying Harrow's body away from the ladder surface in the direction the slip had taken it, away from the rungs, into the open shaft. "Harrow," Marin said. He heard Harrow's hand find the shaft wall and push off it, the wall contact giving enough purchase to redirect the drift back toward the ladder, the rung found on the second grab. He heard the grip establish. He heard Harrow breathing, fast, irregular, the rate of a man who had just been in open shaft with nothing under his hands. "Holding," Harrow said. His voice was not the tight, controlled voice from the first level. It was the voice underneath that voice. "Slow your breathing," Kyle said. He said it the same way he had said it in the engineering deck when the entity had first demonstrated what it could do with recorded sound. "Slow it down. You have the rung. Move when you're ready." 8 rungs to the upper deck. He kept moving. The upper deck access hatch was mechanical, the same design as every hatch on this vessel, the latch operated by physical handle rather than electronic control, the hatch opening on a manual pull without requiring any power source. He found the handle in the dark, turned it, pulled. The hatch swung open into the 0G environment of the upper deck. He moved through it and the crew moved through it behind him, 4 of them emerging from the shaft into the upper deck space and finding the walls and gripping and orienting in the 0G that filled this level, the same as every other level since the auxiliary power cut. He counted them against the hatch frame by contact. 4. He oriented toward the lifeboat bay indicator markings on the wall, visible as tactile ridges in the surface, the emergency navigation system that operated without power by being pressed into the wall material rather than displayed on a screen, and followed the ridges toward the port side of the upper deck. The lifeboat bay hatch was 15 meters from the egress shaft. He covered the distance by pushing off the hatch frame and catching the lifeboat bay door frame with both hands at the end of the transit, the zero-G glide crossing the space faster than corridor walking, but requiring the precise trajectory calculation of a body moving through open space with no gravitational correction available. He found the frame. He held it. He found the bay hatch handle. The hatch opened on the same mechanical system as every other hatch. He pulled it, and the lifeboat bay was beyond it. A narrow deployment corridor with 3 pod access hatches along the port wall, each pod behind its own hatch. The launch rails recessed into the hull beyond the hatches, the deployment system mechanical all the way to the launch charge that would throw the pod clear of the carrier's hull. He was reaching for the first pod access hatch when Alara said, "The shaft." He stopped reaching. He turned. He looked back through the lifeboat bay hatch and the upper deck corridor toward the egress shaft access hatch they had come through, which was still open. The hatch swung back against the upper deck wall. From the open shaft access came a sound. Not the hand-over-hand contact sounds of the crew's ascent. They were all through the hatch, all in the lifeboat bay corridor with him. Not an impact, not a resonance through the deck plating. Something that was not the crew and was not the mechanical operations of the vessel and was moving in the shaft, moving upward through the shaft, from below, from the direction of the levels they had climbed through, from the direction of the reactor chamber and the anteroom and the primary thoroughfare and every corridor and junction and compartment that lay between the reactor level and this one, moving upward, through the shaft, with speed. He reached to his kit without thinking. The emergency flare was in the secondary pouch on his left thigh. The chemical ignition type, mechanical activation, no battery required, the kind rated for vacuum use that every suit carried as a distress signaling device and that he had been carrying since before the boarding and had not yet used, because there had not been a situation in which a bright light was an asset rather than a signal. He was not going to signal anything. He was going to see. He twisted the flare's activation collar. The chemical ignition caught and the flare produced its rated output, a brilliant sustained red-white burn that illuminated the upper deck corridor in harsh relief and threw hard shadows off every surface and edge and sent light through the open shaft access hatch and down into the vertical shaft below. He dropped the flare into the shaft. It fell, tumbled, in zero-G, not the clean drop that gravity would have produced, but a slow end-over-end tumble that carried it down the shaft while broadcasting its red-white illumination against the shaft walls as it went, the light reaching each rung in sequence as the flare descended, lighting the rungs and the shaft walls and the space between them as it passed, the illumination washing down through the shaft the way light washed down through a vertical tunnel. He looked through the shaft access hatch and down into the light. The entity filled the shaft below the flare. Not glimpsed, not the fragmentary stroboscopic impression he had gotten of it in the reactor chamber during the turret fire. Fully visible in the sustained red-white burn of the descending flare, the entity's mass filling the shaft cross-section from wall to wall, the biological surface that he had read as irregular and fleshy in the deflected minimum lamp beam, resolving in the direct flare light into something that was both larger and more specific than the dark had implied. The 30 years of accumulated reactor feeding visible in the density of the mass and the architecture of it. The coiled, layered structure of something that had grown in the configuration of the thing it had been wrapped around. The twin reactor housings having left their geometry in the mass that had enclosed them. The entity carrying the imprint of its food source in its own body. It was below the flare. It was above the third landing platform. It was ascending, fast. Not the 4-second patrol interval of the corridor resonance, not the measured displacement of a territorial check. The compression waves it produced in the shaft air were the compression waves of something moving at the upper end of its biological capacity. The full volume of its mass transiting upward through the shaft cross-section it exactly filled. The wall contact that had been its navigation system for 30 years, serving now as the purchase surface that let it move through the vertical shaft the way it moved through the horizontal corridors, by pressing its body against the mapped surface and reading and moving and reading and moving. The Braille on the shaft walls the same Braille as everywhere else on this vessel. The map as complete in the vertical dimension as in the horizontal. The flare tumbled past the entity in the shaft and continued down and went dark at the base of the drop. Cale looked through the hatch in the red-white afterimage of the flare's burn and held what he had just seen and said nothing for exactly the amount of time it took to convert the image into an operational assessment. Then he turned to the crew. He turned to the first pod access hatch. He turned to the next 30 seconds of available time and the entity in the shaft, filling it completely and ascending fast. "Core deep in 30 seconds, he said. "Pod hatch, now." Chapter 14. The Purge. The entity was less than a minute from the upper deck hatch. Kyle could hear it through the shaft access. The compression waves in the shaft air arriving at the upper deck hatch with the frequency and amplitude of a large mass moving at speed through a confined vertical space, the gap between the entity's current position and the hatch closing on a timeline that his body was tracking without his permission. He stood in the lifeboat bay corridor and ran the geometry and found the place where the geometry terminated. The entity would come through the shaft access hatch. When it came through the shaft access hatch, it would be on the upper deck. When it was on the upper deck, it was between the crew and every path off this level except the one that was already on this level. The lifeboat bays. Standard military spec escape pods, self-contained, independent propulsion cells, the deployment system mechanical, all the way to the launch charge that threw the pod clear of the hull. He had noted them as the objective when the crew began the upper deck transit, and he had not yet tested whether they were functional because the entity's ascent had been the primary information since the flare drop, and the pods had not yet been the question he needed answered. He needed the pods to be the answer. "Elara," he said. "First pod hatch. Open it." She was already moving down the corridor toward the lifeboat bay, pushing off the corridor wall in 0G and catching the first pod hatch frame with both hands. She got the hatch open. The pod was in its cradle, intact, the deployment rails running clean into the hull breach behind it. She ran her lamp across the launch mechanism on the interior bulkhead, the manual system, the lever, and the physical trigger that connected directly to the launch charge without requiring any power source between the lever and the charge. "Pod is functional," she said. "Launch mechanism is intact. Hull breach is clear." She looked at the breach port in the outer hull behind the launch rail. No obstruction, nothing between the pod and the exterior of the vessel. "This pod will launch. All 4 bays," he said. "Check them. Fast." The upper deck lifeboat corridor ran 2 bays to port and 2 to starboard. 4 pods total, the military complement for the upper officer deck, 1 per officer billet. Elara and Vaughn moved to the port bays while Harrow and Marin moved to the starboard side. 4 hatches, 4 pods checked, 4 launch mechanisms confirmed intact, 4 hull breach points clear. 30 years in cold storage had left the mechanical systems stiff and resistant but functional when force was applied. The resistance that cleared when you pushed through it rather than the resistance that indicated failure. 4 functional pods, 5 crew members. He looked at the shaft access hatch at the far end of the upper deck corridor. The compression waves were loud now. Loud enough that he could feel them against his suit composite. The entity close to the hatch, seconds from the hatch, the upper deck's geometry about to change. 4 pods, 5 people. 1 person stayed on the vessel. He looked at the crew. Elara, Harrow, Vaughn, Marin. All 4 of them had run the same arithmetic. He could see it in each of them, the specific quality of attention that people had when they had arrived at a number they did not want to be standing next to. Nobody said it. Kyle looked at the shaft access hatch and thought about who had the knowledge to do the one thing that the one remaining person could do that would matter. The emergency purge override. He had described it to Vaughn in an earlier consideration. The manual mechanical trigger in the reactor anteroom, 3 levels below, accessible via the egress shaft. The purge would produce the largest concentrated energy event the vessel had generated since the quarantine seal. The entity would absorb it and grow on it the same way it grew on everything. But the entity absorbing a total dual reactor emergency fuel discharge would be occupied with the lower decks while 4 pods crossed the void to the dry dock. Occupied and below. Not ascending. Not between the pods and the exterior of the vessel. The purge override was mechanical, no battery required. The same design as every safety-critical system on a military vessel, Operable in complete power failure, because complete power failure was precisely the condition that safety-critical systems were designed to address. The person who stayed needed to reach the anteroom, 3 levels below. Via the shaft the entity was currently ascending. He was forming the sentence in his head, the sentence that named the person, the sentence that stated the task. When Maren spoke, "The Purge override," she said. She said it to the group, to all of them, which was the way you said a thing when you had decided it and were stating it rather than proposing it. "Mechanical trigger, anteroom, 3 levels down." She looked at Kale. "I know the route. I transited the anteroom twice, inbound, and when Alara read the comms hardline, she said it evenly, the arithmetic present in every word. I'm faster on the shaft than Harrow in 0G. I've been managing my grip better since the barracks level." She looked at Harrow when she said it, not as a criticism, as a fact. Harrow did not argue with the fact. And Alara is the only one who can manage the pod navigation systems if something goes wrong on the dry dock approach. She held it there. She didn't dress it further. She had made the case for herself on operational grounds, and she was letting the operational grounds stand on their own. Kale said nothing for 2 full seconds. He spent those 2 seconds looking at the shaft access hatch and listening to the compression waves and running every alternative geometry he had in the time available, and arriving at the same number each time. "The beacon transmitter," he said. "Your suit's emergency beacon. Activate it and throw it down the shaft before you descend. The entity follows the signal. It gives you transit time behind it." "Already planned," Maren said. She reached into her kit and pulled the emergency beacon transmitter from its housing. A palm-sized unit. The activation switch beneath a protective cover designed to prevent accidental activation. She pulled the cover. She held the transmitter. "Get into the pods," she said. "Don't wait for confirmation that the purge has triggered. When you're in, you pull the lever." She looked at Kale when she said the last part. "Don't wait, Kale." He did not argue with the instruction because the instruction was operationally correct and she was the one giving it. He looked at her for the fraction of a second the situation allowed, and then he turned to the pods. "Harrow," he said. "Port Bay, 1st pod. Vaughn, Port Bay, 2nd pod. Alara, starboard 1st. I'm starboard 2nd. He kept moving as he said it, the words carrying him toward the 3rd pod bay and the pod hatch and the cradle and the lever he needed his right hand on. "When you're in, you pull. Don't hold." He heard the crew moving behind him. The 0G transit sounds of 4 people crossing the corridor and getting into pod cradles, the hatch mechanisms being pulled, the cradle contacts being found. He got into his own pod and found the lever and closed his hand around it. He looked back down the corridor toward the shaft access hatch and toward Maren standing at it. She activated the beacon transmitter. The unit produced its broadcast output immediately. The emergency frequency signal filling the upper deck's electromagnetic environment with the concentrated, continuous output of a dedicated transmitter at full broadcast power. Significantly louder than any residual suit output. A point source of electromagnetic emission at the upper deck level, exactly the kind of signal that the entity had been demonstrating throughout this vessel that it tracked and followed. The compression waves at the shaft access hatch changed. The bearing of the entity's movement in the shaft stopped driving upward and began oscillating, the entity registering the beacon signal from above and reorienting toward it, the signal drawing the attention of something that had been following residual suit charge and had just encountered something several orders of magnitude more concentrated at the same level. Maren pulled the shaft access hatch open from the side, keeping her body clear of the opening. She looked through the open hatch into the shaft at whatever was in the shaft. She held the transmitter out past the hatch frame into the shaft opening for 3 seconds, the beacon signal in the shaft itself now, closer to the entity's current position than the upper deck was, the signal moving toward the entity. Then she threw the transmitter down the shaft with force. The compression waves reversed. The entity reoriented, its movement in the shaft flipping from upward to downward as the beacon signal descended toward the lower decks, the entity following the signal the way it had followed every signal on this vessel, immediately, completely, with no hesitation about what it was doing or why. Maren watched the shaft for 2 seconds, confirming the reversal. Then she looked at Kyle one more time down the length of the lifeboat corridor, a look that was not long and not complicated, a look that was the fraction of a second that the situation gave it. And then she gripped the shaft access hatch frame and pulled herself through it head first, and descended into the dark after the entity and the beacon and the Purge override 3 levels below. Kale held the lever. He counted. He listened to the deck plating for the compression waves of the entity's descent, tracking the movement away from the upper deck toward the lower levels, the distance opening between the entity's position and the pods. He counted. 40 seconds. 50. He listened through the deck plating for the entity's position and heard it in the lower deck structure, moving toward the reactor level, following the signal. The lower decks lit up, not gradually. The Purge event was the total simultaneous discharge of 2 military hyper-reactor fuel loads into the reactor chamber, bypassed past every thermal management layer the ship's engineering had installed to prevent exactly this, and it produced its output all at once. The carrier's lower hull sections went from the dark of complete power failure to something that was not darkness in any sense the word applied to, the light propagating upward through the vessel's structure as heat and radiation and the specific quality of illumination that a total fuel discharge produced, passed white in the direction of a color that had no common name, because it did not occur in ordinary environments. The Purge had triggered. Maren had reached the override. Kale pulled the lever. The launch charge fired with a physical concussion he felt through the entire pod structure. The explosive charge at the base of the launch rail detonating and driving the pod down the rail and through the hull breach and into the exterior void of the dry dock in the fraction of a second between the lever completing its travel and his body registering that he was no longer inside the carrier. The pod's independent propulsion cell kicked in automatically on the free space trigger, the navigation system on its own independent circuit orienting toward the dry dock's outer docking ring and beginning the transit. Through the pod's small viewport, as the pod's thrusters fired and the carrier's hull surface moved away from him, he saw the carrier from the outside for the first time since the boarding approach. The carrier's hull was glowing, not the ambient reflection of the dry dock's infrastructure lighting. Emitting, the hull plating radiating from within, a deep pulsing luminescence that started at the sections corresponding to the reactor level and propagated upward through the plating toward the upper hull, the metal itself lit from inside. The glow in the upper sections brightened as he watched. Concentrated and moving, the white of a thermal event converted by biological mass into light, the entity visible through the hull plating as a bright advancing region that was larger than the flare had shown it in the shaft. The entity had absorbed the Purge. It had absorbed the launch charges. It was luminous. It was moving through the upper deck of the carrier with the full energy of a dual reactor emergency fuel discharge, metabolized into biological capacity. And it was moving fast, and it was large, and the white glow through the hull plating showed him a mass that bore no relationship to the mass. The captain's crew had sealed into this vessel 30 years ago. The other 3 pods were in the void around him, their independent propulsion cells carrying them on parallel trajectories toward the dry dock docking ring. He could see their hull markings in the dry dock's ambient lighting. 3 pods. He looked at them, and then looked at the carrier receding behind all of them, and looked at the white glow moving through the upper hull, and held the full arithmetic of what the past several hours had produced, and said the only thing the arithmetic added up to. It didn't just survive the Purge, Kale said. It weaponized it. Chapter 15. The Run. The pod launched and the carrier fell away, and Kale had nothing to do but look through the viewport and count. 3 minutes 40 seconds. Alara's number, delivered on the podcom the moment the propulsion cell kicked in and the void opened between the pod's hull and the carrier's. 3 minutes 40 seconds before the entity's output reached the inner colony's power grid connection through the dry dock's receiver array. He was looking at the hardpoint incandescence on the carrier's hull as she said it. The junction between the comms cable and the dry dock's receiver infrastructure lit up like a wound, pulsing with the rhythmic brightness of a transmission event, the entity driving its biological energy output through the hard line the way current was driven through a wire, pushing outward in the direction of the largest power source within its range. He counted. The array, he said. Pod to pod comm. Independent circuit. The receiver array on the structural arm. Emergency demolition charge. Standard dry dock spec. Can you trigger it from the pod? Working on it, Ilara said. The below clinical register, stripped to its foundation. He heard the diagnostic array reconfiguring in the background of her transmission, the instrument going from passive scan to active broadcast, output being directed through her pod's external antenna toward the array's management receiver across the void. I have line of sight to the management receiver, approximately 80 seconds before my approach arc takes me behind the ring face. 80 seconds. He looked at the hard point. He looked at the docking ring ahead of him, the ring face resolving as the propulsion cell pushed him toward it. 2 minutes 50 seconds on the clock. 80 seconds of line of sight. Enough window. Barely. The array's processing core is saturated, she said. The entity's output is running through it at a level producing interference in the management channel. I need to drive the trigger signal above the interference threshold. A pause with effort running underneath it. 3 consecutive successful receptions to arm the destruct circuit. How many? 1. He held the viewport. The hardpoint pulsed. The pulse interval was shortening, the entity's output accelerating as it metabolized more of the purge energy, the biological signal pushing harder through the hard line with each cycle, the brightness at the hardpoint increasing in the way that a thing increasing in output increased its visible expression. Brighter, faster. The 2-minute 50-second window compressing. Still 1, Ilara said. The entity's output is variable. It's cycling with the biological rhythm of something actively increasing its drive. Her voice had the quality of a person performing a technical operation at the edge of the equipment's rated capability, and aware that the edge was where the equipment currently was. 2, 1 more. He watched the hard point. He watched the approach arc of his own pod carrying him toward the ring face and the structural arm beyond it, and the receiver array on the arm's interface that Ilara's pod still had sightline on from her fractionally different approach trajectory. He watched the hard point brighten. Ilara. 3rd reception, she said. Destruct circuit armed. 1 second. Firing. The demolition charge detonated on the structural arm's interface. A brief hard flash of white light, sharply brighter and sharply shorter than the hardpoint incandescence, there and gone in the fraction of a second, that a shaped demolition charge occupied before the debris of the array housing spread outward from the detonation point into the void. He saw it through the viewport. He saw it clearly. In the same instant, the hardpoint cut. Not faded, cut instantaneously, the pulsing brightness that had been driving the entity's output through the hardline dying, in the moment the array that had been receiving it ceased to exist. The carrier's hull at the hardpoint went from incandescent to the white luminescent glow of the rest of the hull. The same biological light, the same mutated mass moving through the vessel's interior, but no longer the concentrated pulsing of an active transmission event. Just glow, just the entity, sealed in the carrier, carrying the purge energy in its body, not transmitting it anywhere. Cale breathed. He breathed at the rate of a man who had forgotten to breathe for approximately 50 seconds and was now doing it in the deliberate way of someone who had learned on this vessel that the rate of breathing was information and that losing control of the rate was the first step toward losing control of other things. And he was done losing things on this vessel. Signal propagation stopped, Ilara said. The intercolony's grid connection is receiving nothing from this array. Probability the station network is currently compromised. Below 1%, confidence interval plus or minus 0.2. He looked at the carrier's hull through the viewport as his pod's docking approach completed. The ring face rising to fill the bottom arc of the viewport, the carrier receding behind it, the white glow of the entity moving through the vessel with the patient certainty of something that had nowhere to be but here, and had organized its entire existence around being here for 30 years, and was not distressed about the prospect of continuing. He thought about the captain. He thought about the ship sealed from the inside, the biometric lock on command credentials, the deliberate decision to contain the thing at the cost of containing himself with it. He thought about 30 years of quarantine holding, The vessel dead in space. The entity feeding on 4% of 2 hyper-reactors and growing in the dark. And he thought about what had broken the 30 years of quarantine holding. A salvage crew with a lucrative contract. A foreman who waived the bio-quarantine. A hardline umbilical plugged into the outer airlock. They had brought it the power. They had brought it contact with the drydock. They had brought it within reach of the inner colony's power grid, and the entity had done what it did with reach, which was extend its feeding to the limit of what the reach allowed, and the limit of the inner colony's power grid was a number with a lot of zeros after it, and the entity in the carrier had 30 years of demonstrated biology behind the question of what it did with numbers like that. They had stopped it. The array was gone. The hardline was severed at the drydock end. The entity was sealed in the carrier with its hull breach points closed by its own resin and no signal reaching it, and no power source connected to it, except the 4% trickle of the unshielded hyper-reactors it had been feeding on before the Purge, which were now freely propagating into the carrier's interior, with nothing coiled around them to absorb the output. The reactor cores running their 4% into the empty air of the reactor chamber, with the entity somewhere in the upper decks carrying the Purge energy in its luminous body. 4%. Enough to sustain it. Enough to maintain it. The same calculation the captain had made 30 years ago when he sealed the ship and accepted that 4% was the number the quarantine was built around, and the quarantine had held for 30 years, and now it was holding again, and the drydock's receiver array was gone, and the hardline was severed, and there was no path between the thing in the carrier and anything outside the carrier, except the structural contact of the carrier's hull against the drydock ring, and passive metal contact was not a power source. The pod docked. The collar engaged the ring with the same hard, inelegant contact of the approach, the mechanical latch catching the hull flange. Through the viewport, as the ring face filled the view, the carrier's white glow continued patient and steady in the drydock's ambient light. Moving. Contained. Waiting for the next power source to come within range. "We didn't kill it," Cale said. Flat. Final. The register of a man stating the only conclusion the evidence permitted and not requiring any register beyond that to state it. "We just trapped it in a bigger cage." Chapter 16. Vacuum exposure. The breech bolts detonated and the void took them. There was no transition between the carrier's airlock and the open space of the drydock's interior. The explosive separation of the breech bolt sequence converted the airlock from a sealed compartment to an open aperture in the time it took the detonation charges to complete their burn, and the pressure differential between the airlock's residual atmosphere and the vacuum beyond it did the rest. Cale felt the decompression event as a physical force that was not violent in the way that explosions were violent. Not a concussive impact, but a sustained total push in a single direction, the entirety of the airlock's remaining atmosphere evacuating through the breach in the fraction of a second that a large differential through a suddenly large opening required, and him going with it. He went through the breach tumbling. The tumble was the result of the decompression event not being perfectly axial. Some asymmetry in the breech bolt sequence or in the airlock's internal geometry had given the ejection a rotational component, and the rotational component was now expressing itself as end-over-end tumble in the 0G of the drydock's interior void. His body spinning on an axis he had not chosen in a direction he had not chosen. The carrier's hull and the drydock's interior superstructure alternating in his viewport as each rotation brought them into his sightline and then took them away again. He identified the gantry on the second rotation, the maintenance catwalk system that ran through the drydock's interior for access to the battery array infrastructure, structural crossbars and longitudinal rails, the framework of the high-density battery installation that made this drydock the power hub for the inner colonies, present, visible, at a distance he estimated as 12 meters on the near side, the tumble-making distance assessment imprecise but sufficient. He spread his arms and legs against the tumble's axis. The increased rotational inertia slowed the end-over-end rotation in the way that a spinning figure slowed when it extended its limbs, the physics of angular momentum operating in 0G the same way they operated in any other environment. The tumble slowed. He oriented himself relative to the gantry during the slowing, the drydock's interior resolving from a spinning environment into a stable one as the rotation dropped below the threshold where his vestibular system could track it. He pushed off the tumble's residual rotation toward the gantry. The push was imprecise. He was working with the momentum the decompression event had given him, and the angular redistribution he had applied to it, not with a clean vector from a fixed surface, and the imprecision expressed itself as a trajectory that was close to the gantry, but not on it. He extended both arms at full reach toward the nearest crossbar as his trajectory carried him into the gantry's proximity. His right hand found the crossbar. He gripped it. The residual velocity of his transit arrested against the gantry's structural resistance with a force that ran up his arm and into his shoulder and registered as the kind of force that a rotator cuff recorded for future reference. He held the crossbar. He oriented. He looked back at the carrier's airlock breach. Ilara came through the breach 4 seconds after him, her tumble less pronounced than his had been. She had exited at a slightly different angle from the breach geometry, the asymmetry of the bolt sequence producing a different ejection vector for a body at a different position in the airlock at the moment of detonation. She tracked the gantry on her first rotation, extended her arms and legs on her second, arrested the tumble on her third, and pushed toward the framework on her fourth, covering the distance to the gantry with the focused efficiency of a person who had identified the one available surface and was going to reach it. She caught the crossbar beside him. She gripped. She held. 2 people on a maintenance gantry crossbar in the 0G of a drydock's interior void, 12 meters from the carrier's hull, with residual suit charge that was in the range that atmospheric monitoring and seal integrity consumed in minutes rather than hours. He looked at the carrier. The carrier's hull was red, not the white luminescent glow he had been reading since the Purge event. The biological light had shifted in the elapsed time since the pods had launched, and the void crossing had completed, and the airlock sequence had run. The shift was significant and visible, and had the specific quality of a change in kind rather than a change in degree. The entity's metabolic state had moved into a regime that expressed itself in the deep red end of the visible spectrum rather than the white, the biological luminescence pulsing from within the hull plating in the slow organic rhythm of something that was running at an energy density beyond what the white glow's color temperature had been indicating. Radioactive red. The carrier's hull pulsed radioactive red from inside, the color moving through the hull plating with the patient, biological thoroughness of a process that was not stopping and was not slowing. Brightest at the airlock. He looked at the airlock breach, the aperture his breach bolt detonation had opened in the carrier's hull, the opening through which the decompression event had ejected him and Ilara into the drydock void. The breach was a clean geometric opening in the hull surface, the bolt separation producing a defined aperture, and the aperture should have been open. Should have been the open void-facing breach that the bolt separation had produced, the gap in the hull where the airlock had been, the opening through which the carrier's internal atmosphere had evacuated, and through which 2 people had been ejected into the drydock. The breach was closing. The biological resin, the same material that had sealed the lifeboat bay launch ports, that had grown through the comms hardline splice point, that had been advancing through the drydock ring's structural metal in his previous observations of the entity's post-purge output, was being deposited at the breach edges with a speed and volume that none of his previous observations of the resin's deposition rate had indicated was possible. The resin was flowing from the interior edges of the breach outward across the breach face, the biological material moving with the directional consistency of a fluid under pressure, filling the breach geometry from the edges toward the center in the rapid, purposeful advance of a process running at maximum energy density. He watched the breach close, not in hours, not in minutes, in seconds. The resin covering the breach face at a rate that brought the advancing edges from both sides toward the center of the breach opening, the gap narrowing with each second, the resin hardening as it deposited, the material transitioning from the fluid consistency of active deposition to the rigid consistency of cured biological material in the same continuous process, the entity filling the breach and sealing it, and incorporating the sealed surface into the hull's biological architecture in one sustained operation that completed in the time it took him to register that it was happening and track it through to its conclusion, The breach sealed. The carrier's hull at the airlock location showed no aperture. The breech bolt separation geometry was gone, not patched, not covered, dissolved into the resin surface that had flowed across it and hardened into a material that was flush with the surrounding hull plating and continuous with it. The biological seal indistinguishable from the hull surface around it, except for the deep red luminescence that ran through the resin at the same pulse frequency as the rest of the hull's biological glow. The entity had sealed the breach in seconds. He held the gantry crossbar and looked at the sealed hull surface where the airlock had been, and held the information that the sealed surface represented. The entity had been observing the breach. The entity had responded to the breach. The entity had produced the resin output to seal the breach at a volume and rate that none of its previous resin deposition had approached. The elevated energy density of the post-purge metabolic state translating directly into elevated biological output. The entity capable in its current state of sealing a hull breach the size of an airlock aperture in seconds, rather than the hours or days that the resin deposition rates he had previously observed would have required. He thought about what that output rate meant for the Drydock ring's metal. He thought about the resin he had found growing through the ring's structural material at the hull ring contact point, the biological infiltration of the metal advancing at the rate the entity's pre-seal output had been producing. He thought about that rate multiplied by the factor that the airlock sealing had just demonstrated. He thought about the Drydock's power grid infrastructure visible in the structural framework around the gantry, the high-density battery array, the inner colony's power storage, the grid connection that the demolished receiver array had severed the entity's hardline access to, but that the Drydock ring's structural contact with the carrier's hull was still physically adjacent to. Adjacent, not connected, but adjacent. And the resin that was growing through the ring's metal was growing in the direction of the Drydock's interior surface, which was the direction of the battery array infrastructure, which was the direction of the inner colony's power grid. He looked at Alara on the crossbar beside him. She was reading her diagnostic array, the passive scan running, the instrument logging the electromagnetic environment of the Drydock's interior, the output on the display visible to him at the angle his gantry position provided. She was looking at the carrier's hull, at the sealed airlock, at the resin that had done the sealing. "It's not just fixing the ship," Kale said. His voice was quiet and flat and final, the register of a man stating a conclusion that had been assembling itself since the anteroom, and that the sealed hull surface in front of him had just completed. "It's becoming the ship." The carrier's hull pulsed red in the Drydock's ambient light, deep and organic and patient. The sealed airlock indistinguishable from the hull surface around it. The entity inside the vessel moving through the corridors it had mapped and the surfaces it had incorporated, and the architecture it had spent 30 years making its own, waiting with the particular patience of something that had done this before, and knew that waiting was not the same as stopping. Chapter 17. The Ignition. The klaxons started 11 seconds after the airlock sealed. Not the carrier's klaxons. The carrier had no active systems, no power source except the 4% reactor trickle that had been sustaining the entity through the quarantine and was now sustaining the entity in its post-purge configuration. And 4% of 2 hyper-reactors was not enough to run an alarm system alongside everything else the entity was running on it. The klaxons were the Drydock's emergency alarm infrastructure, the battery-backed warning system that operated on the same independent circuit as the emergency lighting, running on the Drydock's own backup power rather than the main grid, and the backup power had not been cut in the power cascade that had taken the carrier's auxiliary splice. The Drydock's backup power was still running and the Drydock's emergency systems were responding to what the Drydock's sensors were reading. He heard the klaxons through the gantry framework, the structural transmission of the alarm sound through the metal, arriving at his hands and his boot soles through the crossbar and the gantry rail as vibration rather than sound. The vacuum of the Drydock's interior void carrying no acoustic wave but the solid metal of the framework carrying the alarm's frequency through every connected surface. He felt it in his grip. He felt it in the soles of his boots against the gantry rail. He felt it as a continuous, repeating structural pulse that his body read as warning before his mind read it as information. "The Drydock sensors," Alara said. Her diagnostic array was live on its passive scan. the instrument reading the electromagnetic environment of the drydock's interior, in the mode it had been in since they arrived on the gantry crossbar. The drydock's monitoring infrastructure is registering anomalous power draw on the station's main grid connection. She read the display. The draw is not coming from the drydock's own systems. The draw is sourced at the carrier's hull contact point with the drydock ring. He looked at the carrier's hull, at the ring face where the carrier's hull contacted the drydock's structural material, and the resin had been growing through the ring's metal toward the drydock's interior. At the deep red luminescence pulsing through the hull plating from the entity's biological processes running inside. It found the grid, he said. The resin infiltration of the ring's structural metal, Ilara confirmed. The resin is biologically conductive. It has been propagating the entity's electromagnetic output through the ring's material in the direction of the drydock's battery array infrastructure. The drydock's monitoring system is reading the entity's biological draw on the battery array as an anomalous power consumption event. She looked at the display. The draw rate is increasing. The entity is pulling from the battery array through the resin pathway the way it pulled from the reactor cores, directly, continuously, at an accelerating rate as its biological capacity to absorb increases. The klaxons continued their structural pulse through the gantry framework. He watched the carrier's hull. The red luminescence was changing, not in color, not in pulse frequency, but in intensity, the glow brightening in the sections of the hull corresponding to the carrier's engineering spaces, the drive systems, the magnetic clamp infrastructure at the hull's lower surface where the clamps connected the carrier to the drydock ring's docking architecture. The areas of the hull that were brightest were not random. They were the areas that corresponded to the carrier's propulsion systems. He had read the carrier's manifest on the inbound approach. Military supercarrier, full specification. Primary propulsion, 6 main drive engines in the aft engineering spaces, rated for deep space transit and jump gate approach. Fuel, the carrier's own reactor output, the same reactor output that had been sustaining the entity for 30 years, and that the entity had been metabolizing and expressing and growing on, and was now, with the battery array's additional input accelerating the process, redirecting. The entity had incorporated the carrier's propulsion systems. The entity had incorporated the carrier's engineering spaces and conduit networks and power distribution architecture in the same process that had incorporated the corridors and the hull plating and the Braille-mapped surfaces. The entity was not using the propulsion systems because it wanted to go somewhere. The entity was using the propulsion systems because the propulsion systems were part of the carrier's body, and the carrier's body was the entity's body, and the entity's body knew how to use what it was made of. The drive systems were warming up. He could see it in the hull, the brightening at the aft engineering sections, the red glow concentrating at the drive locations, the biological energy of the entity being directed toward the 6 main drive housings with the same purposeful efficiency that it had been directed toward the reactor cores and the PA system and the comms hardline and every other system on the vessel that had been incorporated into the entity's biological architecture. The drive systems were warming up from the inside, the entity running power through the integrated circuitry of its own incorporated body, the carrier's propulsion infrastructure responding to a command that was not a digital signal from a navigation computer, but a biological impulse from a mass that had become the navigation computer. "Ilara," he said, "the magnetic clamps, the docking infrastructure, is the entity running power to the clamp release systems." She ran the passive scan across the carrier's lower hull surface. The section where the magnetic clamps connected the carrier to the drydock ring's docking points, the heavy industrial clamps that had been holding the carrier in position since the salvage tugs had brought it into the drydock on the inbound transit. "Power draw at the clamp housing locations," she said. "The entity is running current through the clamp release circuitry." A pause while the implication resolved. "The clamps are going to release." He looked at the carrier. He looked at the jump gate. The drydock's interior geometry was visible from the gantry position, the structural framework of the battery array installation surrounding them, the ring face with the carrier held against it, and beyond the ring, visible through the drydock's open docking end, the jump gate that the pre-mission approach had transited to reach this drydock. a transit-class jump gate, the infrastructure that connected this station node to the inner colonies network. The gate that ships used to move between this location and the colony systems. Visible from the gantry as a structural ring against the void. Active, its own power systems independent of the Drydock's grid. Running on the inner colony's network power as all jump gate infrastructure ran. The jump gate was a power source. The jump gate was connected to the inner colony's power grid. The jump gate was the physical aperture through which the inner colony's network was accessible from this location. The carrier's aft drive sections glowed brightest of all. The power surge hit the Drydock's systems as a physical event. He felt it through the gantry framework as a structural vibration significantly larger than the klaxon pulse. The Drydock's battery array discharging into the entity's biological draw at a rate the Drydock's monitoring system had not been designed to accommodate without triggering protective disconnects. The disconnects firing in sequence and the cascade of their firing propagating through the Drydock's power infrastructure as a wave of system failures that the backup battery lighting registered as a series of rapid brownouts. The emergency lighting dimming and recovering and dimming again as the disconnects cascaded. Then the magnetic clamps released. Not one at a time. Simultaneously all of them. The entity running the release current through all clamp housings in the same biological impulse. The carrier's connection to the Drydock ring ending in an instant as the mechanical grip of the industrial clamps released the hull flanges they had been holding, and the carrier separated from the ring face with the slow, massive movement of a vessel with significant inertia beginning to move under its own propulsion. The drive engines fired. 6 main drive engines igniting simultaneously in the carrier's aft engineering spaces. The thrust output of a military supercarrier's full propulsion complement available to a biological mass that had incorporated the drive systems into its own body and was now using them with the same directness that it used every other system it had incorporated, not through a navigation computer, not through a helm station, through the biological will of something that had spent 30 years learning the geometry of this vessel from the inside and knew exactly which direction it wanted to point. The carrier pivoted. The pivot was slow and massive and entirely purposeful. The drive engines adjusting their relative thrust output in the asymmetric pattern that produced rotation rather than straight-line acceleration. The carrier's bulk rotating on its axis in the Drydock's interior space. The hull moving past the ring face as the vessel reoriented. The red luminescence of the entity's biological glow sweeping across the Drydock's interior surfaces as the carrier turned. Kael held the gantry crossbar and watched the carrier rotate and identified the bearing the pivot was establishing before the pivot completed. The carrier's bow, which had been pointed toward the Drydock's inner superstructure, rotating toward the Drydock's open docking end, toward the void beyond the ring, toward the jump gate visible against the void as a structural ring running on the inner colony's network power. The carrier completed its pivot, its bow pointed at the jump gate. The drive engines increased output. He held the crossbar and watched the carrier begin to move. Not the drift of a vessel with residual velocity, but the accelerating movement of a vessel under full propulsion, the red glow of its hull growing in brightness as the drive output increased. The entity directing its incorporated propulsion systems toward the jump gate with the same patient, unhurried certainty it had brought to every objective it had pursued in 30 years of operating within its sealed environment. The carrier was accelerating. The jump gate was growing in his viewport. The inner colony's power grid was on the other side of the jump gate, and the carrier's drive systems would carry the entity to the gate in the time that a military supercarrier's full propulsion complement required to cover the distance between the Drydock and the gate approach. He looked at the jump gate. He looked at the carrier moving toward it. He looked at Alara on the crossbar beside him, at the diagnostic array that had been the crew's primary instrument throughout this vessel, at the passive scan still running on the Drydock's electromagnetic environment, at the data the instrument was still collecting and reporting even here, even now, with the carrier accelerating away from the gantry and the Drydock's backup power failing in cascades around them. He thought about the Braille on the walls. He had been thinking about the Braille since the anteroom, since Alara had stood at the reactor chamber hatch in the complete dark and pressed her fingers into the 7-element sequence and said the thing that the sequence implied. Not just a map, an instruction manual. He had filed the conclusion then, and he was running it forward now. From the anteroom to the reactor chamber, to the egress shaft, to the lifeboat bays, to the escape pods, to the void, to the gantry, running it forward to the carrier pivoting toward the jump gate, and the entity inside it carrying 30 years of incorporated ship knowledge and a Purge event's worth of metabolized energy toward the inner colonies network connection. The instruction manual. Instructions for what? Instructions for the next time. Instructions for whoever came next. The ships that would respond to the comms hardline transmission. The vessels that would approach this location to investigate the distress call that the entity had been broadcasting on the crew's recorded voices, the salvagers and the rescue teams, and the military response that a distress signal on a derelict military carrier in a dry dock would eventually generate. Instructions for how the carrier worked. Instructions for how to get from the outer airlock to the reactor chamber. Instructions for where the choke points were, and where the power sources were, and where the exits were, and how the exits could be sealed. Instructions for the entity. Instructions written by the entity. Instructions designed to be readable by the entity on every subsequent transit through the vessel, and readable by anything else that moved through the vessel in the dark, anything else that navigated by touch, anything else that found the 7-element sequence on the walls, and followed it, and found at the end of the sequence the reactor chamber and the food source it pointed to. The carrier crossed the distance to the jump gate approach threshold, and the gate's power systems registered the approaching vessel and began their automated transit sequence, the infrastructure of the inner colonies network doing what it did when a vessel approached a transit-capable gate, which was open, and the carrier moved through the opening, and the carrier's red hull disappeared into the gate aperture, with the same patient certainty the entity had brought to every transit it had ever made inside the vessel it had now become. The gate closed. Cale held the gantry crossbar in the dry dock's failing emergency lighting, and looked at the jump gate and held the full weight of what the past several hours had produced, and what it meant for every system and installation and inhabited location on the other side of that gate. And he said the only thing that the evidence, assembled from the first gouge mark in the airlock's inner bulkhead to the carrier's drive engines, firing to the gate closing on the red glow of the entity's incorporated hull, added up to. The scratch marks weren't just a warning, he said. They were a countdown, and we just gave it the keys to the inner colonies. The jump gate was dark and still against the void, and the dry dock's emergency lighting failed around them in the final cascade of a battery system that had been running past its reserves for several minutes and had now reached the end of what reserves it had. Complete darkness. The entity was in the inner colonies network. The gate was closed. The Braille on every wall of every corridor of the vessel that was now the entity's body was pointing in one direction, and the direction was through the gate, and the gate was open on the other side.